The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of March 13, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. I also attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Jonathan Hopkins, pastor, Concordia Lutheran Church in Concord.
Good morning. Let's pray. Dear God, we give you thanks for every leaf in springtime. They remind us that underneath the cold, fallow ground, there is life waiting to spring forth. Remove in our hearts the coldness and open them to our fellow citizens today. Remind us of the people that live and work within the state of New Hampshire. Remind us that they desire to live in freedom and fidelity to their neighbors. Help us to pass laws and make decisions that benefit the lives of every citizen. Help us to remember the single mother working 2 jobs to keep things together. Help us remember the father working hard to provide a home. Help us remember the homeless family searching for affordable housing. Help us remember the small business owner trying to be fair to her employees and turn a profit. Help us remember the parents who desire their children a robust public education. Help us to pass laws that reflect the lives of the people we serve. And let us never forget to make no more laws than necessary so that we do not stop people's ambition and freedom. We ask this day for wisdom to guide our decisions and warm hearts that remember always the people we are called to serve. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Hampton, represents Chris Mums, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair recognizes Girl Scout troops from Hampton, who will now sing our national anthem. The House will attend to the request for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bucco, Katsoukaris, Schmidt, and Stavis. The day, important business, Representatives Dumont, Hicks, Kerwin, Lewis, Minor, Michael Murphy, Paquette, and Thomas Walsh.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Serena Althea McKay, student from the Founders Academy in Manchester, and Reese Sanders, student from Dover Regional High School, our pages for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Brenda Dearborn and Elaine and Ray Sorosi, mother, aunt, and uncle of Representative Hegner. Roger Rice, guest of Representative Plant. Susan Moeller, guest of Representative Tensar. Ted Barbour, husband of Representative Barbour. Sarah Smith, Willow Young, Sarah Terrell, Elizabeth Greenberg, and Caden Dole, guests of Representative Alessandra Murray. Aubrey Ann Leduc, Kate McCarty, Ty Thompson, Mackenzie West, Vern Masters, Eileen Bilodeau, and Eric and Lauren Cole Johnson, guests of Representative Alice Wade. Family and friends of the Hampton Girl Scout troops, guests of Representative Bridle, DeVries, Edgar, and Munns. Fourth grade students from Pembroke Hill School, guests of Representatives Megan and Seaworth, and fourth grade students from New Franklin School, guests of Representative Vandelbaum and Muse. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The chair recognizes Representative McGee for memorial remarks for the former member from Hollis, the Honorable Carolyn Gargasz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We come before you this morning to honor a fallen, longtime traveler to this State House, who left her mark on this place and passed from this world on January 31st, surrounded by her loving family, some of whom are here with us today in the gallery. Carolyn Gargasz was a strong, quiet soul, a woman who knew how to keep her counsel and stand firmly in her beliefs. She was the kind of person who gave quiet comfort to those around her by her countenance and her kindness. When I first met her, it was to watch her speak at the Hollis Town Hall, taking questions from constituents. She listened more than she spoke. Then in 2012, I reached out to her to talk to her about running for state rep myself in the opposite party. We sat on the benches outside Brookdale Fruit Farm, and she patiently listened as I told her why I wanted to run. And at the end of the conversation, she said, "Kat, I think you'd be a good rep." That was Carolyn. Clear, honest, supportive, and to the point. I spent time with her at the polls and in the Hollis Women's Club, where we were both members and she a past president. And as I told her husband Lou at her beautiful service on February 21st, the last time I spoke with Carolyn was when she called me shortly before the November 2024 election. She came right out and asked her question, "Kat, are you running again?" And when I replied yes, she said, "You're just like me, you don't know when to quit." We had a good laugh and agreed that we were both hard to dissuade from work that we felt needed doing. Carolyn served in the House from 2000 to 2018. She served most of that time on child and family law and eventually became chairwoman of that committee. She had a passion for protecting the well-being of children and for enabling the kind of volunteerism that builds community. Lou referred to her as a professional volunteer. And Carolyn understood the value of being part of and building a strong community. It came from the same place as building a strong and loving family, and Carolyn did that too. Born on January 24th, 1938, as Carolyn May Cox in Aberdeen, Washington, she spent a happy childhood in Washington State, where she attended the University of Puget Sound, earning a degree in economics in a time when that was not so common for women. After college, she moved to New York City to work in publishing, and then to Rome, New York, where she taught second grade. And that is where she met Lou Gargasz, an officer in the U.S. Air Force, and the man with whom she would craft a life that lasted for 61 years of marriage. And I believe Lou is here with us in the gallery today. Okay. So Carolyn and Lou moved to Hollis. Carolyn and Lou moved to Hollis, New Hampshire in 1966, and they maintained a home base there through continued deployments. In 1969, the Gargasz family relocated with their 2 young children to Famagusta, Cyprus, where they spent 4 years enjoying the Mediterranean lifestyle, making lifelong friends and traveling through the Middle East and Europe. And in 1973, they returned to Hollis. Carolyn was a devoted wife, mother, and grandmother. She was known for her kindness, warmth, unwavering support, and family dinners which were more than meals. They were opportunities for discussion, debate, and life lessons. To hear her wonderful son John and his wife Laura and their children Caitlin and Ian recall Carolyn's influence, acceptance, and generosity, we learned from those who knew her best that she was as authentic and special as she seemed. She had many accomplishments in her life, some focused on Concord, some in Hollis, where she co-founded the S-Team to prevent youth substance abuse, was a longstanding member of the Daughters of American Revolution, the Hollis Circle of Home and Family, and she was president of the Hollis Women's Club, and co-founder of Hollis Old Home Days, a beloved town tradition. Carolyn's passion for prioritizing the well-being of children led to her being honored with the Voice for Children Award. She also helped establish the Legislative Youth Advisory Council and served as its manager for a decade, and that advisory council is still with us today. On a national level, she served as vice president for public policy for family and community education and was an active member of the National Task Force on Television Violence. Her commitment to global community efforts took her to international conferences with the Associated Country Women of the World. And those conferences included Ireland, New Zealand, and South Africa. Carolyn got around. But there's an old saying that how we view the world is a reflection of what we bring to the world. Her family wanted it said that most notably, Carolyn was cherished by all for her humility, grace, curiosity, and unwavering acceptance of others, qualities her friends and family will forever remember and aspire to embody. May we all be inspired by Carolyn's example of purpose, love, and service. Hollis was lucky to have her. Concord was lucky to have her. Thank you to her family, friends, and colleagues here who continue to honor her in loving memory.
Can we rise for a moment of silence in honor of Carolyn Gargasz? The House will now attend to the... For what reason, the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to have the words put in the permanent journal concerning Representative Gargasz.
Without objection. Thank you. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Housing, House Bill 631, removed by Representatives Kutab, Bridle, Bordas, Panik, Coker, Papavici-Mueller, Tensar, Seidel, Walsh, and Perez. On the request to be withdrawn, House Bill 431, removed by Representatives Nodder, Leon, Farrington, Osborne, Plozov, McFarlane, Cordelli, Tom Mannion, Weary, and Litchfield.
Are there any other bills to remove from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. The House will attend to a motion to withdraw House Bill 431, establishing a commission to review draft rules related to minimum standards for the public school approval and state academic standards developed by the Department of Education. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Cordelli has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to withdraw House Bill 431. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the original partisan HB 431 was to create a new commission to recommend changes to the new minimum education standards developed by the Department of Education, and if I know that a review was just done last year of new standards by the Legislative Oversight Committee charged with doing that by law, but the minority objected to those standards and thus HB 431, and if I know that the Education Policy Committee passed an amendment to this bill to create a badly needed special education commission to look at the number of children being categorized as special education plus the costs, would I now defeat the withdrawal motion so that we can bring forward this badly needed Special Education Commission amendment next week by pressing the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Damon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. If I know that the original version of HB 431 would create a commission to provide educator expertise to the revision process for the minimum standards of public education, which is ongoing, and if I know that the amendment is a wolf in sheep's clothing with completely different and unnecessary language regarding work that is already being done, would I then support our voting public who wants transparency and fairness in our democratic process and press the green button to withdraw this bill?
The motion before us is to withdraw House Bill 431. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Make sure you press your buttons and turn your machines on.
Representative Oregon.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 160 voting aye, 207 voting nay. The motion fails. Yeah, nothing else happens at this point. House, I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after the session concluded last week, the chair of the Ways and Means Committee sent the following. Mr. Clerk, I am waiving House Bill 123 from the Committee on Ways and Means pursuant to House Rule 47F. John Janigian.
The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 109 FN, relative to false reports to law enforcement, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Jennifer Rhodes from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jody Newell from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in opposition to HB 109. This legislation seeks to create additional charges for falsely reporting misconduct and criminal behavior of a law enforcement officer. I want to stress that we currently have laws on the books that address false reporting and falsification in official matters. Simply put, we have the tools within current statute to hold people accountable when they knowingly misrepresent the facts of a crime. So the legislation we have before us is not only unnecessary, it's duplicative. Furthermore, the addition of charges explicitly focused on reporting misconduct and criminal conduct of law enforcement may very well impose a barrier to any reporting. Now, supporters of the bill assured us that knowingly is a high bar, and that was sufficient to mitigate any concerns about discouraging valid reporting. But I would argue that we are looking at things from different perspectives. And in regards to the chilling effect, the perspective of the public is the one we really need to focus on now. If the general public believes that the consequence of coming forward about valid yet difficult to prove information about bad acts by bad apples, well, we know how the rest of the saying goes. We can all agree that it is in the best interest of the people of New Hampshire to strongly discourage false reporting by anyone about anyone. Fortunately for us, we have the statutory framework to do that. I hope we can also agree that the authority we entrust to those in a position of power relies on the trust of the people and should not be wielded in a way that would silence them. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we hold our law enforcement officers to a very high standard, and justifiably so. In the last few years, there's been an unprecedented attack by parts of this country on our law enforcement. And in this state, we have an extremely difficult time filling positions. As you all know, in your local departments, they just can't get enough people. If a law enforcement officer does something in the color of his job that is against the law, he will be prosecuted. It is against the law. It is a crime. But what's not a crime is to go into the police station and knowingly make a false police report about that officer. Because as soon as you do that, they'll be placed on leave, they'll be fired, their name will be ruined, and that person has no consequences. All this bill does is say, if you knowingly, that means there's no mistake or I can't quite prove it, knowing it to be false, make a claim that an officer did something wrong, either criminally or in the performance of their job, you too will be held to a standard. Everyone should be held to a standard. We can't just expect our law enforcement officers to live up to a standard and let citizens go in there and make up spurious claims about them and ruin their careers. It's hard enough to get people to do this job, and it's an extremely hard job. I'd ask you to stand with our members of law enforcement. Thank you.
Representative Roy has requested a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 109. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gargasz for parliamentary inquiry.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will create additional categories within the statute governing the false reporting of crimes, specifically when the report alleges misconduct or criminal behavior of a law enforcement officer. Mr. Speaker, if I know while the minority certainly agrees that knowingly submitting a false report should be strongly discouraged, and today there are laws that address that situation. Mr. Speaker, if I know there are deep concerns about the chilling effect this expansion of law may have on justifiable reporting overall, particularly considering the power imbalance inherent in this situation. Mr. Speaker, by including all allegations of misconduct, offenses that are difficult to prove, but crucial to identifying the patterns of behavior, this kind of chilling effect may inadvertently result in truly bad apples from being held accountable. Colleagues, press the red button so a more appropriate option can be offered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that people think
Members have to stay in their seats.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that if I think I can get away with a crime by making an allegation against the officer who arrested me, I would think twice about that if I could be charged with a crime for making that false allegation. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that our law enforcement officers have enough of a hard job in front of them and we cannot recruit enough of them to keep us safe in a lot of our communities, would I support them and stand against false claims against them by pressing the green button?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 109. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 198 voting aye, 173 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 218 FN, an act relative to providing victims of crime with a free police report of the investigation. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Jennifer Rhodes for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Dave Muse for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0765H, printed in House Record 16 on pages 41. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Representative Muse offers floor amendment 0948H, printed in House Record 16, pages 42. Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what this bill attempts to do is to give victims of crime the right to request and receive a free copy of the initial police report that documents the circumstances of the crime. The intent is to give victims, to actually help victims be able to document the fact that a crime has actually taken place. And this can help with things like insurance claims, victims' compensation claims, and temporary housing as well. And we have absolutely no issues with what this bill is trying to do. The problem is that as it's currently amended, there's a potential conflict with the New Hampshire right to know law. Under 91A, law enforcement officers are not required to disclose material related to an active police investigation. These materials can conceivably include that initial report that we've specified in the amendment. What this particular amendment does is it addresses that by making a very slight change to what police are required to provide. So instead of providing the initial report, police would instead be able or would be required to provide a written confirmation that the crime took place. This confirmation could be used by the victim to obtain the same services as a police report, but because it's not the actual police report, it wouldn't be subject to 91A. We were told in conversations with members of law enforcement that this could be a very real issue the way that the bill is currently written, and both the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association and the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence agreed to this small but important change in the language, and I hope you will too. Please vote green.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to back up for a minute and talk about why this floor amendment is even here. So my colleague from Merrimack, her and I work very hard and very diligently together to make sure that all victims in the state of New Hampshire have a little bit of an easier go at it. And her and I worked together and we did an amendment and we were happy with it. However, when we were ready to exec it, we were given what I call a word salad. Now, I don't even know where to start, but it's important to understand this because, again, it's why we are here with what this floor amendment is. So in the committee, we were asked to vote on the words that the victim has the right to request and receive at no cost a written confirmation within 5 business days that a person has reported an alleged crime occurring at a particular location in a police department and the right to request and blah, blah, blah. That is a word salad if I've ever heard one. So what we said is there is no such thing as an alleged victim or an alleged crime. So then we killed that amendment. Let me rephrase that. We just didn't act on that amendment because it was not necessary. And we passed the amendment that is in the House calendar. Then when the reports were being written, all of a sudden, the minority thought that this was the majority amendment and talked about how awful it is to say that a victim is an alleged victim. I can assure you, we aren't the ones that are confused here. So then they changed it to the floor amendment that you just had. So in like 10 days, what we absolutely have to do has changed twice. Now, I talked to a very esteemed colleague and asked him if this indeed was a conflict, and he said, no, it is not. Additionally, most of the police departments in this state offer the initial police report. What we're doing is making it be free across the state. The reason the word initial is in there is because after the entire investigation is complete, sometimes they have different information. That's why there's a distinct difference. For 25 years, the Domestic Violence Bill of Rights says about a police report, we added the words initial because according to them, and this is the amendment they agreed to, according to them, it has always been interpreted that it means initial. Please vote against this floor amendment so we can vote for the real amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been asked for, so let's be a division vote. Members, take your seats. This is a division vote on the majority report on the floor amendment 0948H. Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know this floor amendment will actually require the police to write a report that they've never had to write before, and if I know that requiring them to write a report confirming that a crime committed before they've actually completed the investigation might be problematic, would I vote against this floor amendment?
The motion before us is floor amendment 0948H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 157 voting yea, 213 voting nay, the motion fails. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Representative Muse to speak. You were recognized. It's waving off.
Representative Muse is waving off. So is Representative Rhodes. So the motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Recognize the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill and resolution sent up from the House. House Bill 592, relative to magistrates and the standards applicable to and the administration of bail.
The majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 10 FN, an act establishing the Parental Bill of Rights. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Deborah D. Simone for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Heather Raymond for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 0695H, printed in House Records 16 on pages 34 to 37. Representative D. Simone is recognized to speak regarding the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of you have read the bill. Most of you have read the amendment. Most of you have read the committee report. So I'm not going to speak much about that. There are others that are going to come after me that will speak about those things. I come to you today, Mr. Speaker, to talk to you about why. Why did this bill come about? Well, for the past 40 years or so, slowly but surely, parents are losing the right to parent their children as they see fit. The Constitution of New Hampshire specifically states, through the Supreme Court ruling, that the Supreme Court recognized that the family and the rights of parents over it are fundamental and protected under Part 1, Article 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution. So we have a constitutional right to parent our children, but society has decided no. We can't call the school and ask questions because we're not given answers. We can't speak to a doctor and ask questions of the physician once our child turns 13 and get an answer. It's time for us to say society needs to step it up and allow parents to parent their children. Everyone in this room has a parent who parented you, whether you liked how they did it or not. They parented you, and they had a right to do that. I parented my children, and many of you in this room have children that you have parented. House Bill 10 does not really get into finite specifics because every family is different. Every family has their ideals of how to parent, and that's why this bill over the last 8 years has been worked on. I personally spent hundreds or more hours. I interviewed doctors, nurses, psychologists, psychiatrists, teachers, parents, clergy, and I even spoke with children. Children need to be parented by the parents who love them, who want them to be grown to become and raised to become productive members of society. If we keep taking those rights away from these parents, what's going to happen to the children when they become parents? Please stand with me and vote with me to pass House Bill 10 and give parents back the right to parent their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wheeler is recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, this was one of the most controversial pieces of legislation that we had before us. And it was the legislation with some of the most pressure given to us as Democratic members of this House. And we were told, as Democratic members of this House, that don't worry, we already support parents' rights. They're already in law. Doesn't have to be passed into law. Well, Mr. Speaker, after caving and following the very scary red flag that gets put up by my friends here, I was lied to. And over the course of the last election, there were parents that came up to me in liberal Peterborough, it's a 60-40 Democratic town, who said that they do not have a clear and concise statutory right to parent their child. Mr. Speaker, that's an unacceptable reality in the 21st century, and as my friend Representative DeSimone said, a parent has the right to parent their child. Now, does that mean that if that parent's idea of parenting is abuse, that that child shouldn't be handled by the state and taken care of if they are abused? Absolutely not. This does not get rid of any child abuse laws. It does not get rid of any DCYF laws, although we should probably look into those, given some of those stories. child abuse laws will still be in place. This is for the proactive parent that wants to be able to parent their child and have the right to parent their child when the school boards and school districts across our state are saying that they don't have those rights or are obfuscating when those questions are asked. That's an unacceptable reality, and it's something that I will not be supporting. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the Parental Bill of Rights and to codify into one place in statute the rights that parents have to their children. Yes, it is currently there in all of these different places throughout statute, some of which counteract with another. It's something that we need to here today say that the parents have a clear and concise right to parent their own child. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Petrigno is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of parental rights. After all, who doesn't support parental rights? But not this amendment. Our constituents deserve better. They deserve to be told the truth, that parental rights already exist in numerous state and federal statutes and affirmed many times in court rulings. And when they have a concern that their rights have been violated, we should direct them as to how to receive proper recourse. But instead, we have this legislation which is problematic, potentially puts children in harm's way, forces teachers to violate their good conscience, provides criminal penalties. Now, we have heard repeatedly in past efforts to enact similar legislation that it would be best to have all parental rights codified in a single New Hampshire statute, which our constituents could reference should they have any questions. Right? Well, however, this legislation does not do that. There are a number of parental rights which already exist but are not included in this legislation. And if we exclude them here, then what is the rationale for some, but not all, to be included? It defeats the entire argument as to why we need this law in the first place. But of course, we don't need this law in the first place because parental rights already exist. So what we have is legislation that goes beyond natural, inalienable rights and falsely defines certain actions as their rights, but are questionably unconstitutional. No one has the right, and I quote from the amendment, to inquire and immediately receive accurate, truthful, and complete disclosure regarding any and all matters. No one has the right to compel someone else to answer questions. Instead, what is inalienable is our right to our good conscience. And we have all watched enough TV police dramas to know that we have the right to remain silent. It is appropriate for teachers to answer questions about students' academic performance, their school effort, their conduct, anything else is subject to professional judgment. Teachers should be focused on teaching and not about surveillance of students on personal and private matters to run back and report to parents. And as a former high school teacher and a trusted adult, I would never violate my students' confidentiality, especially if I believe that it would put them in harm's way. Schools work best when teachers, parents, and students work in partnerships. They also work best when students feel safe at school. And our State Department of Education agrees, which is why we have the One Trusted Adult program. But House Bill 10, as amended, undermines the program and the safety of young people. So, colleagues, this amendment has so much more that's wrong with it beyond these issues that I've raised. And I wish honestly we were able to retain this to make it better. But instead, today, we are prepared to offer a floor amendment for your consideration, which eliminates problematic, potentially unconstitutional language, clarifies ambiguities, strengthens parental rights, referencing specific statutes for clarification, and includes even more rights which support the best interest of parents and children. Finally, I still remember the intense feeling of love the moment both of my children were born. The likes of nothing I've ever felt before, and it was powerful. Parents, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Parental love and parental rights knows no political affiliation. But we got to get this right. So I ask that you ITL this amendment and give serious consideration to the floor amendment we will be proposing. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you very much.
Representative Kofal's recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Governments do not raise children. Parents do. I'm not saying that governments don't have a role in assisting parents and supporting parents in parenting, but governments do not raise children, parents do. Parental rights are natural rights. Parents have a liberty interest in determining the upbringing of their children, and that is recognized in a long-standing tradition of legal decisions in our country and elsewhere. That's not to say that these rights have not been challenged from time to time. Shortly after World War I, lawmakers in Nebraska made it illegal to teach a child a foreign language under the age of 8. Sounds a bit crazy. Well, there was a profound distrust following the war in the German immigrant population. So lawmakers in Nebraska determined that cultural uniformity superseded the rights of parents. Fortunately, the Supreme Court of the United States disagreed with that. They struck down that law, determining that parents have a fundamental liberty interest in overseeing the upbringing of their children. 2 years later, they invalidated an Oregon law, ruling that parents have the affirmative right to choose private or religious schools for their children. In 1972, they ruled that Amish parents could not be forced to send their children to public schools beyond 8th grade, recognizing both religious liberty and parental rights. In each of these cases, the Supreme Court acted on the principle that parents have the primary right and responsibility for raising their children, not the state and not the community at large. Unfortunately, there have been times in New Hampshire when things are not quite so clear. In 2024, our state Supreme Court decided a case called Jane Doe versus the Manchester School District. And in that case, they applied what is called rational basis review to a school policy, and that is the lowest level of, that is the lowest bar of for judicial scrutiny. That the court determined that it was appropriate and acceptable for the school to conceal vitally important information from parents. By extension, they were saying that the parent's right to be informed by the school district is not fundamental. That is, it doesn't rise to the same level as, say, free speech or fair housing. Today, this body has an opportunity to provide clear, unequivocal guidance to future court decisions in the state of New Hampshire. House Bill 10, and the amendment in front of us in particular, affirms that parents have a fundamental liberty interest, they have a fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their children. This bill also provides for proactive notification to parents, delineating those rights, informing and educating them about their rights under New Hampshire law. One of the key questions we need to address in this debate is whether parents are competent to exercise those rights. A few are not, and we have systems in place to address those problems. They're not perfect, I wish they were. But we need to stop presuming that parents are unfit until proven otherwise. Some take a different point of view. Yes, they say most parents do a good job, but some aren't doing the right thing. So we have to assume the worst case and act accordingly. For example, they claim that some parents might not homeschool their children the right way, so we need to impose onerous restrictions on all homeschoolers, like background checks. They argue that some parents might not make the right medical decisions, so the state needs to provide direct health care to students, cutting out parents whenever possible. 2 years ago, in the midst of a debate about parental rights, a prominent political figure in our state asserted that some parents might beat their children to death upon learning that they are LGBT. We need to stop presuming that parents are unfit until proven otherwise. We should not be operating on an assumption that state actors know better how to raise children than the parents of those children. It's time that this legislature make a strong, unequivocal statement affirming parental rights, giving our courts clear guidance for all future decisions. Governments do not raise children, parents do. I ask you to join me in pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 0695H. Are you ready for the question? This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 0695H, and this is a division vote. Representative Gregg is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I am a mother that believes firmly in parental rights, and if I further know that I have built a relationship with my children so that I may have conversations with them and not rely on other people telling me what they're saying, and thirdly, if I know that legislating this will never fix this problem in parenting, would I not press the red button so that a more appropriate and thorough bill on parental rights can be passed? Thank you.
Representative Packard is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that families are the foundation of a strong, safe, healthy, and prosperous society, and if I know children depend on their parents throughout their lives to direct, guide their upbringing, their education, and their care, and if I further know parents have a right to all information related to their minor children in order to make informed decisions and provide the best possible care for their children. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know it is the parents, not the government, who should make the best decisions for their children, would I now push the green button to pass this common sense bipartisan legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. Questions on Amendment 0695H? If you're in favor of adopting the amendment, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 210 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Raymond moves Amendment 1152H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, the Child and Family Law Committee has worked remarkably well together. This is one of only 3 bills where we did not unanimously agree on a resolution. It's been bothering me that we are misaligned on this bill. Like many in this room, I am a parent, and the most important relationships in the world are the ones that I have with my children. But I did not and cannot support this bill as it came out of committee. There are too many places where the bill language is in conflict with current federal and state laws. It's missing several protections for families. It does not have any allowances for doctors and teachers to follow the Child Protective Act in cases where they are concerned about abuse. We know that doctors and teachers are usually the first to raise the alarm and protect children who are injured. So I cannot, for the life of me, understand why we are making this more difficult for them or adding criminal penalties for doctors who say, wait a second, I need to get DCYF involved before I release this other information. It boggles the mind. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I offer this floor amendment for your consideration. It corrects the legal conflicts in the committee version to ensure that parents have the ability to make decisions and access information while also not punishing doctors and teachers for calling DCYF. In any case where a reasonably prudent person would be concerned about abuse or neglect. We just passed in this session a bill that puts criminal penalties for people who falsely call DCYF, but we also made criminal penalties for mandated reporters who failed to call DCYF. So with the way that this amendment has been passed today, we are putting our teachers and our doctors in impossible situations where if they call DCYF, instead of releasing information that they think is federally protected, they could be subject to criminal penalties based on this bill language. But if they don't call DCYF, they're subject to criminal penalties for not calling. This is untenable, and my amendment fixes that language. And it very clearly says that if a reasonably prudent person thinks that abuse or neglect might happen, then they should call DCYF first. But most importantly, I'm sorry, I've gone too far. It also updates grammar and adds the legal references that were missing in the version that we just passed. Most importantly, the floor amendment adds several important parental rights that somehow didn't make the cut when the original bill was drafted, but that parents have told us are important to them. We had over 2,400 people sign in on this bill online in opposition, and I read all of those responses. Our committee also got several hundred emails from people, and I read all of those too. And I used them, and I compared them to the list that the Department of Education has on what rights parents have, and I made sure to incorporate all of the rights in this amendment. Some of the rights that were missing, but are in my floor amendment, are the rights of parents to be informed of school discipline policies and procedures, the rights of parents to be informed about early intervention and special education services, and their right to be part of that process of determining those services for their children. The rights of parents to be notified if schools or residential placements use restraint and seclusion techniques on their children. The rights of parents to access medical and mental health care for their children, and the right of parents to obtain a restraining order on behalf of their child if the child has been the victim of abuse by a person in the community. I think if we're going to have a bill to put parental rights in an easily accessible place, then they should include these important rights as well. I also think that the language of the bill should be very clear that children also have the right not to be abused, and New Hampshire laws are not going to shield anyone who is hurting children. I ask for your support on the floor amendment to ensure that the New Hampshire Parents' Bill of Rights is something that reflects the rights of all Granite State families. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Bixby, you may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. My cousin, when she was young, was raped by her father, who happened to be a minister in that town. And I'm wondering if, under the amendment that we just passed, if she had reported that to her school, someone at her school, would her father have been able to get that information?
Yes. If the father called the school and asked, "What has my daughter told you about what's going on in my house?" the school would have to tell him. The only exception in the amendment that was just passed was for doctors to not release information if they are aware that the parent is currently the subject of an investigation of a crime. So in that circumstance, the child goes to school and says, "This horrible thing happened to me at home." And the school calls DCYF, and DCYF notifies the police. However, there's no carve-out for teachers in this amendment that says you have to listen to the police and DCYF before you release information to the parents. The amendment that was passed today says the teacher must tell the parent anything they ask. There are no exceptions, period. Now, I was a forensic interviewer, which meant that my job was to work with the state police in New York to interview the victims of sexual abuse and severe crimes. It is common practice for us to say to schools, let us take care of this. This is our job. We know how to talk to people about this. I don't want the teacher to talk about this until we give them a okay, because you're going to obstruct the investigation. Good. Thank you.
Representative Mark Pearson is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against this floor amendment. A few minutes ago, we passed an amendment, the committee amendment, to House Bill 10. People of various viewpoints took issue with aspects of the original bill as initially filed. We listened to their concerns, we took them to heart, and reworked the original bill to strike a good balance. That's the amendment we just passed. That amendment is in accord with whatever so many people believe and want. And yet, it seems that when there are complaints, it's to the original bill. We've just amended it. People across the political spectrum stand in agreement with the bill as amended. Not just on one end, and not just on one end of the spectrum, well into the middle, but as we have already heard this morning, across the aisle. It addresses the big question, to whom do our children belong? The answer is to their parents. Mr. Speaker, I received a telephone call a bit ago. The caller was a teacher, and she told me bluntly, when those children cross the boundary line onto school property, they belong to me. My answer to her was just as straightforward. No, they don't. Your job is to teach the academic subjects as a surrogate, as an extension of their parents. That is your job and no further. She immediately, of course, invoked the specter of all these bad parents out there I wonder, do we hang out with different people? I see a lot of good parents out there. Some, I guess, don't. Of course there are bad parents, and we have mechanisms to deal with that with careful investigation and due process of law, and yeah, we can do better with that. But to hear her talk, it would seem most parents are bad, and thus it is up to others to do what is right. Others, teachers and various other arms of the state, to step in and take control again and again and again. This is not what most people believe. This is not what most people want. We believe in most cases the parents really try hard to do what is good and what is right, and we believe the children belong to their parents. And that is why this present amendment under consideration, though I think sincerely crafted and offered, must be voted down. It weakens, it waters down what is truly needed. There is a far better amendment to HB 10 than this, and we just voted positively for it. Please vote ITL on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1152H. Representative Raymond requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1152H, and this is a division vote. Representative Gregg is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we should have parental rights, and it's probably a good idea to have it codified, but Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the last amendment we passed is constitutionally flawed as well as incomplete with the list of rights that we have, would I not press the green button to pass this more thorough amendment? Thank you.
Representative Mark Pearson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that children ultimately belong to their parents, and if I know that we just vote...
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. That generally means be quiet. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I know we just voted positively on an amendment which significantly improved the original HB 10, and if I know the bill with that amendment is what a significant majority of New Hampshire people want, and finally, if I know the amendment before us, the floor amendment, waters that down, would I now vote no, red, on this floor amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1152H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Is there a problem? We're in the voting mode. We're in the voting mode. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 163 in the affirmative, 209 in the negative. The amendment fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table, and may I speak to my motion?
Motion's in order. The motion is to table House Bill 10. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Oh, yeah. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats.
PI only? Thank you, I appreciate it. PI, Mr. Speaker?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 10 on the table, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Petrignos, recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know and if I believe that children, minor children, belong to their parents, and if I know that in children and family law, 26 bills came before us this year, 21 were unanimously agreed, whether it was OTP or ITL. 2, the majority report was bipartisan. 2, we retained. Only 1 was divisive. And if I know that in children and family law, we like to get things right, regardless of party affiliation, that this is not about politics, this is about what's doing best for families and children, would I not vote to table this so we can bring this back to committee and work on it and get it right for Democrats, Republicans, for parents all across the state? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Osborne is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the fundamental right to raise children belongs to the parents, not to the state, would I now get this right by pressing the red button?
Questions whether to lay House Bill 10 on the table, and it's a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 162 in the affirmative, 211 in negative. The motion fails. Now we are on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 10. Roll. Yep. And it's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. I mean, you should probably still be in them. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 10. And this is a roll call vote. Representative Rice is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know HB 10 empowers parents in decision-making, the bill affirms parents' fundamental right to their child's upbringing, education, and health care, ensuring they remain the primary decision-makers in their child's life. If I further know, it increases transparency and accountability. Schools and government entities must provide parents with full disclosure about their child's well-being, preventing secrecy, and reinforcing trust between families and institutions. And it also protects children's privacy and safety by requiring parental consent for biometric data collection, medical procedures, and recordings. The bill safeguards children from government overreach and potential misuse of personal information. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know, it strengthens due process for parents. The bill ensures that parental rights cannot be infringed upon without a compelling state interest, preventing unnecessary government interference in family matters.
The House will be in order.
Would I now press the green button and get this done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't want to have to break this. My boss will get really mad. The question is on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 10. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 212 in the affirmative, 161 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 4033-FN, making 17 the age of consent for marriage if either party is active duty military, and removing language regarding age waivers for marriage registration records since age waivers are no longer issued in New Hampshire, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Mark Pearson moves an expedient to legislate. Representative Levesque recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my family has served in our U.S. military for almost all the wars this country has fought, and I am a proud Air Force veteran's daughter. The most important piece of the bill is not what is specified. This bill allows adults to marry children. It could be someone who is 18, 19, or even 40, as there are no age guidelines. If we are talking about minors marrying, we need to remember that when a serviceman or woman enters the military, they have basic training, which can last between 8 to 10 weeks. From there, they go to advanced individual training or technical training, which can last upwards of another 20 weeks. Spouses are not allowed to live with their soldiers during basic training. Soldiers are required to live on post or base in the barracks during this introduction to the military. While family members are free to move to the same area, they will not be allowed to see the soldier or any more than if they lived far away. Visitation during basic training is only allowed for family day and graduation. After a certain amount of time, a soldier may be allowed to live...
Will the members suspend for a minute? It appears we have a technical error. The motions actually ought to pass.
motion is on to pass. We're good.
You may continue.
A certain amount of time a soldier may be allowed to live with their family, but is not specified when that would be, leaving their spouses alone and unsupported. If we are talking about the child marrying an older service member, we need to consider that children are not emotionally or mentally equipped to handle being caregivers to their military spouses. They are not prepared to deal with the PTS conditions, loss of limbs, and the mental disorders that our military often suffer. So why would we potentially put them in those roles? The main reason that keeps being brought up is benefits, but the U.S. military has taken steps to make sure the family is taken care of. According to the Department of Defense military compensation website, since July 1st, 2008, a member may designate any person or persons to receive up to 100% of the death gratuity in 10% increments, with any remaining undesignated amount payable according to the new prescribed hierarchy. According to the Department of Defense Administration for Children and Families Office, under department policy, out-of-wedlock children are considered dependent children for health care benefits under two circumstances: pursuant to a judicial determination of paternity and pursuant to a determination that the child is living in the household of the member and is dependent upon the member for more than 50% of his or her support. In coordination with the Office of the General Counsel of the Department of Defense, the policy is expanded to include the children of members who sign legally binding voluntary acknowledgments of paternity. No other state has ever allowed an exception after the age has been raised to 18 because child marriage is never in the best interest of the child. This is a solution to a problem that we don't even have yet. The marriage law has only been in effect for approximately 3 months. There are no active duty military bases in New Hampshire. We should not support this legislation, and I encourage you to vote against the OTP motion. Thank you so much.
We'll get there. Representative Dry is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill doesn't change any law. If it passes, 18 will still be the age of consent for marriage. What it does do is carve out a narrowly crafted exception to the law. Why? Because the current law allows no exceptions, and life throws curveballs. All branches of the military have 17 as the minimum age for recruitment. Military benefits, such as medical coverage and insurance, are only given to spouses, not girlfriends, not fiancés. Only spouses can get housing or accompany those stationed overseas. This bill has been crafted as narrowly as possible. At least one party has to be active duty military, at least one party has to be a New Hampshire resident, and any party who is not on active duty but 17 must have parental consent. The intent of this bill is to allow active duty military who are 17 the option to marry, because this is not the only place that someone can be considered an adult at age 17. In New Hampshire law, child support remains until the dependent reaches the age of 18 or becomes a member of the armed services. In medical child support statutes, a dependent child means anyone who has not reached the age of 18 or has not become a member of the armed services. Interestingly enough, people in New Hampshire can give consent to sexual contact with adults at age 16, yet marriage is forbidden until 18. That's quite a disconnect. We consider all 16-year-olds old enough to consent to sex, but we don't consider some 17-year-olds old enough to consent to marriage. What about the very real possible situation, pregnancy? When we take away the possibility of marriage, we take away the opportunity for medical benefits and family life as well. I sent 2 sons off to Iraq with the Marine Corps. As I watched them leave the house, I realized there was a very real chance that I might never see them again. We have a voluntary military now, but if we ever do have a draft, marriage might be an option that some would like to be able to consider. And I repeat, we are not changing the law. 18 is still the age of consent for marriage. What we are doing is giving those who put their lives on the line for their country an opportunity to provide for the ones they love. Please support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the motion to vote to pass on House Bill 433. Who requested the roll call? Representative Germano requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion to vote to pass on House Bill 433. Representative Gregg is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill came introduced to us as a big, I was thinking one day, and what if? And Mr. Speaker, if I further know, we didn't have one real life problem with how the statute currently sits, only verification of what happens if we don't have it enacted. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that as a legislative body, we decided just recently that adults should not be looking at minors as marriage material, then would I not press the red button so a better motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative DeSimone is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we allow minors to engage in intimate relationships with adults, and if I know...
The House will be in order. I don't know what's gotten into everybody today, but if I have to stop and keep talking about it, you thought the calendar was going to cause a long day? Don't test me. Quiet.
If I may finish that statement, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current law allows 16-year-olds to engage in relationships with adults, and if I know that this country allows 17-year-olds to join the military service and be deployed overseas shortly thereafter, because the government feels that they are mature enough to make that decision with parental consent, then, Mr. Speaker, shouldn't it be that a 17-year-old could make the decision whether to be married to a person with parental consent? In that case, Mr. Speaker, I would push the green button and allow this small carve-out to the current law without changing that current law. Thank you.
The questions on the motion to vote to pass on House Bill 433. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 in the affirmative, 178 in the negative. The motion is adopted. All right, take a breath. When you come to this room, you will hear things that offend you, that you disagree with. That is the nature of us trying to work out differences and pass legislation. In some terms, you win more than you lose. In other terms, it goes the other way. If you're not prepared to accept that, what are you doing here? I got somebody who discreetly wanted to say that gloating cheers from the other side were making people uncomfortable. You know what? She's right. You shouldn't do that. And I would love to chew them out for it, except that then you do exactly the same damn thing. If you can't handle what's going on in the room, wait in the anteroom, we'll call you in for the vote. But otherwise, if you're in here, please respect each other. You all care equally about these issues, just in different ways. The House will be in order. You're not supposed to react. Hopefully my doctor isn't watching right now. The majority of the Committee on Education Funding, to which was referred House Bill 718, an act requiring the State Board of Education to report the unfunded financial impact to school districts for rules adopted by the board which exceed state or federal minimum standards. Having considered the same report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass, Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Hope Damon for the minority of the committee. Representative Balboni is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 718. For years, the parents, families, and advocates of New Hampshire have worked tirelessly to establish rules and regulations that protect the rights of children with disabilities. Some of those regulations go above and beyond state and federal minimum requirements with a focus on increasing parental involvement and ensuring greater student inclusion in educational settings. Currently, under state law, the New Hampshire Department of Education must report any special education rules that exceed these federal or state minimum requirements. This report clearly outlines the nature of each standard, whether it is a state or federal minimum, the specific language of the standard, and the justification for exceeding the baseline. HB 718 proposes the addition of a new category: the unfunded financial impact on local school districts for each rule. This provision is problematic because it is nearly impossible to isolate the costs of special education tied to individual standards, as many services overlap with multiple standards. The bill also fails to clarify who would analyze and calculate these costs, or how the information will be used. Additionally, there is no fiscal note addressing the administrative costs of gathering this data. Who will bear that financial burden? Will the individual school districts be responsible? The rising costs of special education are a concern for all of our communities, and the House Education Funding Committee will be forming a subcommittee to examine current laws and funding mechanisms in a comprehensive manner. There is a clear need for continued dialogue and solutions to access these financial challenges, but HB 718 is not the appropriate vehicle for this conversation. This bill threatens to shift the focus from what is best for the students to a cost-cutting approach that could reduce standards and remove financial supports and services. Parents and families in New Hampshire expect their children with disabilities to have the resources and opportunities they need to succeed. We must uphold the high standards for the over 32,000 students in our special education programs. These students deserve the best educational opportunities, and we cannot afford to risk their future by prioritizing cost savings over their needs. I urge my colleagues to stand firm in support of these students and vote no on HB 718. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Ladd is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have in statute right now an RSA which allows for the State Board of Education to propose rules which exceed state or federal minimum requirements for special education. This bill is not addressing or attacking that whatsoever. In the past, we have changed some of our special education laws to exceed the minimum standards, and there's a number of things. Maybe to allow parents more input. We've done that. For extended school years, for those students which need more than the normal school year to have a longer school year to fit and meet their special needs. To have stricter timelines so more information is gotten back to the parent sooner. All these things have happened through this rule process. But in looking at the rule process here, each year on December 1, the State Board is required to submit an annual report of any rules that exceed state or federal minimum requirements. In that report, they have to have the rule number, the nature of the rule, whether it exceeds a state law or a federal law, and the reason for exceeding that. Now, we've looked at these rules, and I've looked at them as a school principal when I first became a principal after teaching in 1975. That's 50 years ago when IDEA came into effect. And I recall IDEA saying you are going to receive, local school district, 40% of the costs of special education. Every year thereafter, the amount which they have suggested they would do and said they would do has shrunk. Now in this state, we're down to lower than a two-digit number of 14 or 13% to more or less one digit. This is what we call an unfunded mandate. And what this bill does is a simple one-sentence input. It says, if you're going to go forward with a rule change, identify if there's any accompanying fiscal impacts that are unfunded to a local school district. That's all it says. We have a right as local school districts to know the unfunded mandates. We have just gone through one recently with the catastrophic aid, or we call it special education aid now, where we had budgeted $34 million, but it actually cost $50 million. Now we're shifting down 68, reimbursing the school districts only 68% of what they've spent for the special education aid. Part of that is a result of a change in the special education laws, where we said it's no longer educating a person with a student with a disability up to age 21, but through age 21 to when you turn 22. That has put an additional burden on the costs that we see at the Department of Education. I am concerned that asking for how much this rule may cost, why people would be objecting to that. We have just gone through, in the last several months here, a lot of discussion on the Education Funding Committee, and one of those elephants in the room are the costs of special education. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have, I absolutely believe in special education, But when we know that $1 out of every $4 we're spending in this state now is an education dollar, folks, that's approximately a little shy of $1 billion in the biennium. We are at the point in school districts where they're tapped out. They are having to defray monies from the general operating funds over to special education. They're deferring maintenance. They're doing much to try and figure out how we can keep this afloat. I agree, we need to be looking at where we're going with this. When we've worked with the Department of Education over the last several weeks and months here, and we've asked, where is the money coming from? Why are we costing this much money? We have gotten absolutely back no data. They don't have it. So I urge people here to think about this one change we're asking for. Is that rule have an impact which is going to be unfunded to the district? Your answer is yes, we need to know that. So I urge all to vote green on this bill. Thank you.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 718. Representative Balboni requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 718. This is a roll call vote. Representative Bricky is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the Department of Education does not have the money or staff to conduct this investigation, and if I know the result of this investigation will be lower standards and less financial support for special education from the state, which my colleague from Haverhill just pointed out to us, and if I know, once again, this legislation will lead to higher property taxes for New Hampshire residents, would I now press the red button? Thank you.
Representative Ladd's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know ambiguity associated with special education laws may require clarification through the rulemaking process. However, if I also know any new rulemaking exceeding special education minimum requirements should not result in additional unfunded costs to a local school district, would I then support this fiscally responsible bill by pressing the green button? Thank you.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 718. Roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 211 in the affirmative, 163 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled House Bill 592, relative to magistrates and the standards applicable to and the administration of bail.
And just as a point of information, I don't know if you can see the big pile up there, 42 bills. We've done a handful, 42 left. I don't know, maybe think strategically about how long or often you'll talk, because that's a lot of bills and we got a packed program next week, so we can't add to next week. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, in which was referred to House Bill 68, an act making best interest placements within the same school district mandatory in the absence of a valid reason to deny the placement. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Valerie McDonald for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Megan Murray for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0103H, printed in House Record 16 on page 37. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. Keep the doors closed. We're going to clarify that vote. Members, take your seats. Members need to be in their seats. Okay. The question's on the adoption of Amendment 0103H. If you're in favor of adopting the amendment, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Majuri and Gilman.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. Well, this is embarrassing. They caught you napping. 201 in the affirmative, 160 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Megan Murray is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 68 sets a precedent for mandatory or automatically approving best interest placement requests within a district merely with the person filling out the request, even if the placement is not the least restrictive environment or the appropriate public educational environment for the student. It automatically grants a request for a student to move throughout the district for any reason at any time, and as it is written, as many times as requested. Nothing in the bill sets a limit on how many times an individual can request a move or a placement change to another school within a district. There is already a pre-existing, thoughtful, and professionally based decision process in place for learners if alternate placements are being petitioned. It's called manifest hardship. Some claim that there is no fiscal impact to taxpayers, but that's not true either. This process will increase administrative costs in processing requests, budgeting, and anticipating the amount of students, teachers, and support staff needed in a building, there most certainly could be a negative impact to student learning if these placements are automatically granted. This legislation is an affront to locally made decisions and takes away carefully arrived upon decisions by our local boards, academic experts, by imposing a state-level mandate on automatic approvals for placement requests when local public school boards, educators, teachers, and superintendents are best qualified to handle requests in a way that considers the whole learner and their specific needs with parents. Please vote no on the motion of ought to pass as amended so that another, more appropriate vote can be made. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Representative McDonald is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under RSA 193:3, which is commonly referred to as the best interest placements chapter, a parent may request for their student to be moved from one school to another school, provided it is within the same school district. When such requests are made, the superintendent has two options. Yes, accommodate the request, or no, deny the request. House Bill 68 gives superintendents the same two options. However, if the answer is no, then the superintendent must provide a reason for saying no within 10 days. If there is not a reason, then the superintendent must say yes and permit the student to move schools. This modest change makes yes the default answer. Rather than parents needing to prove why they know what is in their child's best interest, the burden shifts to the superintendent to prove why not. Since this best practice is already used by most superintendents, House Bill 68 could be implemented with minimal effort. In fact, this change would not impact small school districts whatsoever. Specifically, any district with only one school per grade level is inherently exempt. Think about it. If there is only one school within the district, then it is not possible to move to another school, so there's no problem. Furthermore, the majority of students will continue to attend their assigned school within their assigned district, never taking advantage of the ability to switch schools within their district. Best interest placements exist for the few students who do. Which students, you might ask? The most vulnerable, who despite being small in number, should not be overlooked. House Bill 68 ensures that none of these students fall through the cracks of the system. So please vote yes in support of the committee report. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote, please.
Representative Osborne requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 68, and this is a roll call vote. Representative Seelig recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 68 is another bill
that takes away local control. And if I know that this bill certainly has financial impacts on local taxpayers and adds stressors on students and school communities, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that school districts should have the freedom to make the best decision for their students and their local community, would I now press the red button so another better motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Tebow is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that every student learns differently and they have the right to learn in an environment best suited for them, and if I know that victims of bullying and abuse should not be forced to continue attending the schools that allowed it to happen, and if I know that students and parents know what's best for their best interest better than school bureaucrats, then would I then press the green button?
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended in House Bill 68. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Barton?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? It looks like we got another one. All right. Now have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 217 in the affirmative, 156 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, which is referred to House Bill 235, an act relative to amending the Educator Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct to include responsibility to parents. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Margaret Drive for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peggy Balboni for the minority of the committee. Representative Balboni is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to HB 235, which seeks to alter the Educator Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct. As outlined in its statement of purpose, the Code of Ethics for the New Hampshire educators is meant to provide a set of guiding principles that reflect the shared responsibilities of those in the education profession. The New Hampshire Department of Education enforces a code of conduct that outlines violations of these ethical standards, which could lead to disciplinary action, including the loss of licensure. Both the Code of Ethics and the Code of Conduct are structured around four main principles: responsibility to the education profession and colleagues, responsibilities to students, responsibility to the school community, and responsibility and ethical use of technology. HB 235 would modify the third principle by adding parents and guardians to the definition of the school community. This change is unnecessary. Parents and guardians are already recognized as vital members of the school committee and are explicitly referenced in 4 of the 6 key responsibilities. In addition, this legislation would grant the New Hampshire Department of Education the authority to impose additional, potentially arbitrary, obligations on teachers toward parents, all while undermining the opportunity for educator input on any of the changes to the code. Keep in mind that educators must follow directives from their administrators, and it is ultimately the school district, not the individual educator, that holds responsibility to parents. The educator's primary duty is clear: to make decisions that are above all in the best interest of the student. My committee colleague has mentioned the three-legged stool metaphor in education. The teacher, parent, and student must work together as a team to ensure student success. New Hampshire's educators respect parents and value the partnership. However, HB 235 risks disrupting this balance by creating needless tension between educators and parents. Our educators uphold and follow the principles in the Code of Ethics and the Code of Conduct. Their livelihoods are tied to this document. Please vote no on the ought-to-pass motion to prioritize our students' needs and support the collaborative efforts that are essential for creating a positive and effective learning environment. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Representative Dry is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the three-legged stool has been brought up again, and I'm going to bring it up again because it's been brought up again in our committee time and time. The three-legged stool of education is students, teachers, and parents. Education needs the participation of all three to be successful. The Code of Ethics and the Code of Conduct for New Hampshire educators sets forth those responsibilities you just heard. Responsibility to colleagues and to the education profession, that's teachers, to students, to the school community, and to the ethical use of technology. So which leg of the stool is missing? The parents. This bill will amend the code to specifically include responsibility to parents on par with the other two legs of the stool, and I ask for your support. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call vote.
Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 235, and Representative Osborne requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 235. This is a roll call vote. Representative Cornell is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Educator Code of Conduct already recognizes parents and guardians as vital members of the school community, if I also know that New Hampshire educators already work in partnership with parents and guardians in the best interest of students to ensure their success, and this bill appears to shift the focus away from the students. And if I know that the third principle in the Code of Conduct, responsibility to the school community, includes parents and guardians, would I then press the red button so another motion can be made?
Representative Nader is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House members. Mr. Speaker, if I know the New Hampshire Code of Conduct for Educators establishes a set of rules to guide educators in upholding high standards for the best interest of students, but not specifically of parents. And if I know parents will not be included until consultation and consensus with professional educators, and if I know if this doesn't pass, what happens to a three-legged stool when one leg is missing, I would vote to support parents and students and press the green button. Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass? House Bill 235. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Of all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 209 in the affirmative, 164 in the negative. The report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Education, Policy, and Administration, which is referred to House Bill 329, an act relative to school district policies governing air quality and temperature issues in schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Terry for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Stephen Woodcock from the minority of the committee. Division vote's been requested. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 329. Representative Woodcock is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that almost every public school in New Hampshire does not have air conditioning in their classroom, and if I know that most every public school in New Hampshire has classrooms that are in old buildings or on the second or third floor that reach temperatures into the high 80s and 90s during the dog day of fall, and if I know that HB 329 only requires schools to create a policy and a process to make indoor air quality and temperature more beneficial to student learning and health, then now would I push the red button so another motion may be brought forward. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the division vote, please.
Representative Morse is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 329 is an unfunded mandate that would cost taxpayers thousands of dollars to implement, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that schools already have the ability to provide safe temperatures in rooms without state overreach, would I now continue with the ITL motion and press the green button? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 329. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kesselring.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 210 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee reports adopted. Representative Spillane is recognized for a lunchtime announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I want to extend an invitation to the body, the Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus, which is a bipartisan, bicameral group working to protect and advance hunting, angling, and recreational shooting and trapping. We're having a luncheon and an introduction to the National Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus right across the street at the Upham Walker House right now at lunch. And this invitation is extended to you by the chairs, Representative Darby and myself. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Raymond Coalition for Youth will have information, cookies, and booklets in the cafeteria. Thank you.
The House will be in recess till 1:20.
Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. Let me explain where we're at. We have got 39 bills left to do today. So I'm asking everyone, unless you want to be here until 1 o'clock this morning, to try and cooperate when we have a roll call or we have a division. Every time people go out into the back room in the ante room and we have to wait for you to come back in, it's just going to chew up more time. We've got approximately 100 bills for next week on the regular calendar. That's 2 full days. And we're going to start at 9 o'clock both days to try and get through those bills, but we have to get them done next week. So we can't take the bills that we have today and move some over to next week because we wouldn't be able to finish them when we have our deadlines. So it's up to you, the body, to see how quickly we can go today. The majority of the Committee on Education Policy and Administration, to which is referred House Bill 676, an act relative to the composition and responsibilities of the Parent and Education Service Provider Advisory Commission and establishing education freedom account impact and parent satisfaction surveys. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mariel Hall for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0601H, printed in House Record 16A, pages 2. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in opposition to HB 676 as amended. This bill modifies the composition and responsibilities of the Parent and Education Service Provider Advisory Commission, a commission that was established to provide input and recommendations to the Department of Ed regarding the EFA program. This bill amends current statute by increasing the voter membership from 7 to 9 members to still include only EFA parents or education service providers, and to all be handpicked and appointed by no other than the director of the New York-based Children's Scholarship Organization. This bill also adds a requirement for the Commission to meet regularly and to submit annual reports, which it has neglected to do since the law took effect in 2021. An added mandate to this bill requires that the DOE develop an EFA impact and parent satisfaction survey to be administered by the Children's Scholarship Organization. The following survey questions, which are included in the language of this bill, ask the respondents to gauge the satisfaction with EFAs and to solicit their input on how to improve the public schools they exited. 4 questions read as follows. 1, I am satisfied with the education options my child is utilizing as compared to the options my child utilized prior to the availability of the EFA program. I'm guessing if they aren't satisfied, they probably already went back to their public schools. 2, my child has seen a measurable improvement in academic achievement. What methods are being used to measure this achievement? 3, my child would have been unable to attend the school of his or her choice without the EFA program. Really. 4, excluding the EFA, how much did you pay out of pocket for your child to attend school this year? Well, I'm thinking that all parents, and teachers for that matter, do have out-of-pocket expenses. If the intent of this legislation is to provide more transparency and accountability to the EFA program and to improve our public schools, it fails miserably, other than requiring the Commission to actually meet and submit an annual report. The bottom line is we have no idea how these EFA students are doing academically or if it's even a benefit to them. The mandated surveys, which include leading questions, will only be administered to a small percentage of the EFA parent population, only those children who exited our public schools for EFAs, not those who received EFAs and returned to public schools, and not the vast majority of EFA students who never attended public school in the first place. Furthermore, surveys with anticipated results are problematic because they introduce bias, undermining the reliability of the findings. As such, the data collected from the impact surveys will likely have little to no impact at all. For all of these reasons, I ask that you vote no on OTPA so that another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought the previous speaker was going to almost read my speech for me. She's right in what the bill does. The Education Freedom Account program, however, has been under attack by the status quo crowd since the first EFA bill over a decade ago. And who were the victims of these attacks? Parents and children who are just trying to find the best education. The lack of accountability is one of the myths repeated by opponents. That is one reason the Legislative Oversight Committee was created, and one of the criticisms that we did here was about this advisory committee that the previous speaker mentioned. And that is why part of this bill addresses that criticism. We think that the Advisory Commission should meet regularly. It should meet on a quarterly basis and should produce a final report. I will note, however, that this EFA program has won the award 2 years in a row as the best implemented program of its kind in the nation, but we are always looking to improve. The other thing the bill does is to ask parents to complete a couple of surveys. They are the same surveys as requested in the tax credit scholarship program that has been running for a dozen years. Parents will be asked if they are satisfied with the options for their children and if their children are succeeding. This is the best form of accountability. Parents are the best form of accountability, not some state exam. It's parents, because if they're not satisfied with the children's progress, they can walk and find a different option for their children. So we think that these surveys will produce valuable information on the program and parental satisfaction, which is the true measure of the success of the program. So this is a simple bill to address criticisms of the program and to gather useful information. This is a simple bill to support an extremely successful program for the education of our children. Green.
Senator Paul has requested a division vote. Members, take your seat. This will be a division vote. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in the House Bill 676. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I know that the intent of 676 is to measure parent satisfaction with the current EFAs, but limits itself to only the students that have left public schools, and if I know that over 90% of the students receiving EFAs, of course their parents are happy, and they've never attended, nor have they ever left public school, and therefore the sample size would be insignificant. If I know that the 4 survey questions that the representative from Molten Borough talked about are so leading that the survey outcomes are pretty much guaranteed and will not measure parent satisfaction, nor will they measure real accountability, then I would press the red button so another motion could be made. And once again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will also request a division.
Chair recognizes Representative Valerie McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we already ask these questions of education tax credit participants, so should ask education freedom account participants too, and if I know that this data will be valuable during this budget cycle when we will undoubtedly expand eligibility for the EFA program, would I now enthusiastically press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in House Bill 676. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 205 voting aye, 166 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, CACR 5, an act relating to absentee ballots, providing that no excuse shall be needed by the voter to receive an absentee ballot. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Catherine Prudham O'Brien for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This CAR allows a registered voter the opportunity to vote by absentee ballot without providing any excuse, such as being out of town or being a caregiver or being disabled. 37 states allow no excuse absentee ballots, including the insanely progressive states of Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Arizona, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and Nebraska. The vast majority of Americans are able to vote by no excuse absentee ballot. So why is it that we're so resistant to this tried and true method of voting here in New Hampshire? Well, the first reason that's usually given is that it's not secure enough. The evidence is collected in many elections over many years says differently. For example, for 18 years, Oregonians cast 50 million absentee ballots with only 2 cases of fraudulent abuse for a fraud rate of 0.4%. And for those who are mathematically impaired like I am, that's 5 zeros after the decimal point. One data analyst said that you're more likely to be hit by lightning than to have a voter commit absentee ballot fraud. And in case you're wondering about that, It's 0.065%. Another common reason that we hear is that it's not the New Hampshire way. Well, since New Hampshire has been using absentee ballots since the Civil War, and it is in our Constitution and has been statutorily amended several times, that reason is disingenuous and nonsensical. While it is nice to hearken back to the quaint times when everybody gathered at the polling place for a community voting experience, that is not our reality today. Life has changed considerably since the Constitution was written. We are not the agrarian society of 1787 or the Ozzie and Harriet household of the 1950s. Healthcare professionals, firefighters, and police officers often have shifts that prevent voting and are called into emergencies unexpectedly. We also now recognize that we should not require elderly, mobility challenged, and physically disabled voters to vote at the polls. The New Hampshire way is not to stand in line for 2 hours to vote in the rain or the snow. It is to have engaged voters who get to vote on their schedule without having to fit into a vision of the world that was formed in 1787 or 1950. Reason number 3, it provides an advantage to the Democratic Party. Believe me, I wish that was true. But again, the evidence does not support that statement. In fact, in the last election, many surmised that it helped the Republican Party. Reason number 4, it's not transparent enough. Wrong. This CACR will do nothing to reduce transparency or security. Our statutes telling us how to process and count absentee ballots will not change if this CACR is adopted. And if we need additional measures after it's passed, then we can adopt new laws to address that situation. So now that I've addressed all the cons that I've heard, what are the benefits of no excuse absentee ballots? Reduction of wait lines at the polls. And those of you who experienced wait lines of over an hour in November in your community should be voting for this bill. Another one, easier management for election officials. This CACR will allow the people of New Hampshire to decide themselves whether they want to use no excuse absentee ballots. New Hampshire voters should have the right to determine if they want the same access and freedom to vote that the overwhelming majority of voters in this country already enjoy. And I request a division vote, please, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Right now, absentee voting is available to all who need it. No excuse absentee voting would change this to a matter of convenience, not to a matter of need. That may not sound like a bad thing to those who haven't thought about all aspects of this entire situation. We have a traditional voting day in New Hampshire, and all aspects of the voting process are transparent and observable to any interested citizen. No excuse absentee voting is the first step to the erosion of the efforts to keep the entire voting process this way. All of our efforts should be aimed at keeping elections transparent and observable. This is how we create high trust in the voting process. I think of the western states, like Oregon, who have total mail-in voting, and if we were by some crazy miracle able to transfer all of their election laws to New Hampshire, there would be riots in the streets here. The reason is that people know that absentee voting is the kind of voting that is most vulnerable to fraud. And that fraud is not easy to prove. For example, fun fact, I did not see any whales on my way into Concord today. Is that because there are no whales in the world? No, of course not. I didn't see any whales because I was not in a place where whales can be observed. Keep our people in the places where fraud is most easily observed. That is the best way to fight it and to keep it from happening in the first place. This is why long live traditional voting day.
A division has been called. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate in CACR 5. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that 37 states permit no excuse absentee ballot voting, including many very red states, and our constituents want to do so, and if I know that absentee ballot voting has proven so secure since the Civil War that you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than have a voter commit absentee voter fraud, and if I know that our existing absentee ballot process requiring transparency and accountability will still be in place if this CACR is passed, and if I know that we can pass additional ones if we think we need more, then would I press the red button so that a motion preferred by the vast majority of our constituents can be brought? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the best way to ensure the integrity of our elections and the secrecy of our ballots is in-person voting on Election Day in a private voting booth of a New Hampshire polling station, but I also know that there are people who cannot vote in person due to various necessities of our lives. And, Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the best way to deal with the situation of such voters is to facilitate their ability to receive an absentee ballot as a matter of necessity but not of convenience. Would I then, and that we have such a system in place in New Hampshire where there are a myriad of excuses, valid, accepted excuses for voting absentee, and such ballots are readily available, would I then press the green button to vote yes on the ITL motion of this bill to preserve the integrity of our elections, the secrecy of our ballots, and the trust of the public? Thank you.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate in CACR 5. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 201 voting yea, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Everybody stay in your seats. This is going to be a PI only and a division vote. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 136, an act extending the time period for delivery of an absentee ballot from 5 p.m. to the close of the polls. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Clayton Wood for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Matthew Wilhelm for the minority of the committee. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 136. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the House Election Law Committee heard testimony from voters who were turned away from submitting a completed absentee ballot because they arrived at their polling location after the absentee ballot deadline of 5 p.m., despite their polling location remaining open later into the evening. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is a solution to that very problem, and if passed, would amend state statute to align the deadline to deliver completed ballots with the time that the polls close at each local polling location. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would clear up confusion for our neighbors who are juggling work, volunteer commitments, caregiving responsibilities, and more, hardworking Granite Staters who simply want to exercise their constitutionally guaranteed right to vote after a long day, then would I now push the red button to defeat the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wood for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the same people who supported this bill agree that the current law already ensured timely absentee ballots, and if I know those same people mention how infrequent a problem this is and how little would be improved by extending our voting day for absentee ballots from 5 o'clock to the closing, and if finally these same people mention that maybe we should bring it only a half an hour before the closing because they recognize the people working at the polls already have enough to do in closing down the polls, would I vote HB 136 with the green button and move it to ITL? Thank you.
The motion before us, the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 136. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 203 voting yea, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 288, an act requiring that absentee ballots be requested at least 6 months prior to any election for which the absentee ballot is requested. Considered the same, report the same with the following recommendation, that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Robert Weary for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0349H, printed in House Record 16, pages 44. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is on to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. All right, everybody stay in your seats. This is another division with only PIs. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 344, an act enabling the processing of absentee ballots before Election Day. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ross Berry from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Mr. James Newsom from the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 344. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to apologize for my inattention a few minutes ago. If I know that this bill would allow for more efficient processing of absentee ballots, and if I know that clerks and moderators testified in favor of it for that reason, and if I know that all security measures currently in place with respect to absentee ballots will remain in place after this bill is passed, then would I press the red button?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 344. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this might have been necessary in 2020, but in 2026 it is not, and if I know that Election Day should happen on Election Day, and that is a hallmark of a New Hampshire process, would I now press the green button?
Motion before us on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 344. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wary. You can't push it now. Thank you. Representative Khan.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 204 voting aye, 168 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 389FN, an act requiring candidates to attest that they have not spent more than $1,000 in an election. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative James Quayle for the majority. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. Recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the committee report, the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 403, an act relative to weather conditions which enable absentee voting. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Travis Toner from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Connie Lane from the minority of the committee. The motion before us now is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. No debate. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 474, an act requiring a second witness at the counting of write-in votes. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Claudine Burnham from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Gerald Ward from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0216H, printed in House Record 16, page 48. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. The question before us is the committee report of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 474. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 630 FN, an act preventing the dissemination of a deep flake materials of political candidates before an election. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Claudine Burnham for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative James Newsom for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, imagine that it's October 2026 and you're running for re-election. An image surfaces on the internet. A deep fake of you doing something highly embarrassing or something illegal or both, and you didn't do it. Question, was this deep fake created with artificial intelligence, and you can prove that it was? If that's true, then you're covered by a bill that we passed last year, HB 1596. It's now RSA 664:14C. And with this law, you can seek injunctive relief and also bring action for damages. However, what if this image was not created with AI, or you can't prove that it was? You know, it can be very difficult to prove that an image was created with AI, and perhaps it was created by somebody who's just really good with Photoshop. Well, despite what the majority report for this bill says, you're out of luck. The bill that we passed last year does not cover you, does not cover this situation. This bill that we're voting on now, HB 630, would cover you in the same way as if the image were created with AI. The majority report for this bill says, quote, current language in statute covers all types of technology by stating other technology, unquote. And it's true that the definition of deepfake in RSA 664:14C, the law we passed last year, does not require that it be produced with AI. But the law that we passed last year says this about the use of a deepfake. A person, corporation, committee, or other entity shall not, within 90 days of an election at which a candidate for elective office will appear on the ballot, distribute a message created using artificial intelligence or generative AI that the person, corporation, committee, or other entity knows or should have known is a deepfake of a candidate, election official, or other party on the state or local ballot. So again, the law that we passed last year requires that the deepfake was created using artificial intelligence or generative AI. So if the deepfake was not produced with AI, or you can't prove that it was, then the law we passed last year does not cover your problem. Now, the majority report failed to cite which statute is reputed to cover this situation. It clearly can't be the law we passed last year. I used to teach writing at Dartmouth, and I required my students to cite their sources. So I don't know what statute we're talking about here, but it ain't the one from last year. So I ask you to overturn the ITL motion so that we can pass this bill and protect all of us from deceptive and damaging deepfakes during election season. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Artificial intelligence is already used to create deepfakes for deceptive political advertising. But thankfully, New Hampshire already has existing laws to deal with these deep fakes. And these existing laws are already sufficient for dealing with deceptive artificial intelligence. Support the ITL motion by pressing green to ITL this artificial intelligence bill. Thank you.
Representative Corman is a request. Who requested a roll call? Representative Rana requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislature and House Bill 630. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Newsom for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that deep fakes are a major technique used for election interference, and if I know that misinformation and election interference is bad, and if I further know that this bill will tighten the definitions and close loopholes in the current law that fails to prohibit certain deepfake materials to create election interference techniques, would I now press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so that we may consider OTP? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we addressed this in legislation last year, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that election law just got through 8 bills in the time it takes many committees to get through 2, would I now say thank you, election law, and press the green button?
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislature and House Bill 630. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 201 voting nay, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 233, an act requiring meeting of the New Hampshire Vaccine Association to be audible, video recorded, and published on its website within 48 hours, requiring that questions put to it in writing or at a meeting be answered and posted on its website within 14 days. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Stephen Pearson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator J.C. Grotti for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0163H, printed in House Record 16, page 42. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Grotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The New Hampshire Vaccine Association is a nonprofit organization. Sorry, is that better? Thank you. The New Hampshire Vaccine Association is a nonprofit organization that acts as a transactional organization between the Department of HHS and insurance companies to secure vaccines at a discounted price by buying the vaccines in bulk for use by the HHS providers. This is specifically for children 19 or under who are on Medicaid. So it is an effective use of taxpayers' dollars. The concern that we have with this bill is that the Vaccine Association is not a quasi-agency. It's not a state agency. It receives no money from the state and does not create any vaccine policy. So to put in a nonprofit organization under the same requirements as those of a public agency, we thought was an unusual, intrusive, and expensive reporting requirement that could also affect all nonprofit organizations in the state. So we encourage you to vote red on the OTPA. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Pearson. Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Carolyn McGuire, I guess.
The Vaccine Association is a nonprofit, but it was specifically formed by the legislature. Its definition is in statute, and it works with the insurance department to impose they don't call it a tax, it's an assessment from every health insurance company that does business in the state, and that is used to fund the purchase of vaccines. It also gets administrative support from HHS, which first of all defines what vaccines are to be purchased, and therefore it's thoroughly entangled in state government. As amendment, we don't make it necessarily subject to 91A. We just say that their meetings, which are all held on Zoom, are recorded and posted on their website. This is something that, given Zoom and its capabilities, is very easy and cheap to do. We've all done it for different organizations. So the committee believes that the Vaccine Association should be more open to the public, and it should just put its meetings online. The amendment we just adopted deleted the requirement that it post questions and answers to questions that were presented at the meeting, because we found that most of the questions they were getting were on the subject of vaccine policy rather than the administration of just buying the vaccines, which is what the association does. And we felt that we shouldn't force them to post the answers and questions when the answer was usually, we don't know, that's not our responsibility, which was true. So we hope that you will support the committee position of saying, let's post the records of your Zoom meetings on your website and let the people see that you're actually an administrative agency and not a policy-making group. Please vote green.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 233. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 233. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Long for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is a private nonprofit with no state funding and no role in policy making, and if I know that passing this bill opens up every private nonprofit in the state to serious government intrusion, would I then press the red button to vote no on this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that if the New Hampshire Vaccine Association really doesn't need the state to operate, there's another way to make it so it's not endorsed by the state. But if I know that if they continue to operate, it's important to have transparency, because we have heard many things about what they do, and we've heard many things about where money may or may not end up, and the discussions that are had need to be heard. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is a great burden to press the record button when starting the Zoom meetings that are already happening, and then to post that online, and that is a minimal standard, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 233. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stringham. Representative Sykes.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 208 voting nay, 164 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 278 FN, Act relative to proxy carbon pricing and state procurement. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jeremy Sadi for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Peter Schmidt for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow representatives, climate change is no longer a distant threat. Rising temperatures, extreme weather, and environmental disruptions are already here. It is costing us lives, livelihoods, and billions in public funds. We have seen how increased flooding has impacted communities like Hampton and how decreased snowfall can harm our tourism up north. We need to consider New Hampshire's decisions today and how they will impact or cost us in the future. HB 278 does just that by looking at the long-term environmental, social, and economic costs of carbon dioxide emissions associated with different projects during the state procurement process. The next generation of Granite Staters deserve to have the costs we incur upon them considered before purchases are made. This is about fairly assessing the real total costs and not sticking our children and grandchildren with the bill. I encourage you all to think about our state's future and vote against the ITL motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Slotchy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose House Bill 278, a bill that binds our procurement process in a reckless and untested mandate. It slaps a rising carbon price on every state purchase, with a fiscal impact labeled indeterminable. We're facing unknowable costs, no defined benefits, and a call for more staff, unfunded, to track all of this spending. This isn't a strategy, it's a fiscal leap off of a cliff. Procurement should serve taxpayers' interests, reliable vehicles, and sturdy buildings, not a siphon on resources into a speculative, ideologically driven boondoggle. Every dollar spent on this punitive plan is a dollar that is not spent repairing roads or maintaining parks. Centralized schemes like this have a track record. They bloat bureaucracy, they waste money, and they deliver little. My constituents want results, safe infrastructure, functional services, not a state paralyzed by overreach and guesswork. This bill risks locking the state procurement into a cycle of uncertainty, piling on rules that strangle efficiency with no proof of payoff. We are here to govern with clarity, not to bet our budget on hazy ideas. Practicality should guide us, decisions that hold up, not ones that collapse under their own weight. But make no mistake, this isn't just bad policy. It is a page from Kohei Saito's playbook of environmental communism in disguise. Where ideology trumps reality and leaves us all poorer. I urge you to press the green button for ITL and send this disastrous scheme to the dustbin of history. Thank you.
Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 278. Chair recognizes Representative Dargy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we should consider the costs that will be incurred by future generations, and if I know that climate change is real and has affected local communities, and if I know that this bill does not prevent the state from making purchases but compares costs, then would I press the red button so that an alternative motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Carolyn McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our procurement department is well aware of the possibility of carbon tariffs and of climate change, and that they consider those things in devising what they expect the price of fuel to be, and if I know that this bill would force them to use an artificial and unsubstantiated method to calculate the price of fuel and other carbon projects, would I press the green button to kill this bill?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 278. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 213 voting yea, 159 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 732 FN, an act to enhance informed consent and accountability in psychotropic drug prescriptions for children under Medicaid. We considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Steve Kesselring for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tim Hartnett for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 0761H, printed in House Record 16, pages 51. Are you ready for the question on the majority amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee amendment is adopted. Representative Miles offers floor amendment 1037H. It's in your seat pockets, and the chair recognizes Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a small technical amendment to this bill 732. The original language was medical care providers who fail to comply with informed consent and medication guide requirements of this section shall be reported to the Board of Medicine or other appropriate governing board for the healthcare provider involved. So this adds language to incorporate all prescribers, not just those who report to the Board of Medicine.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're often told that when you have something that's a requirement, you ought to be able to know who's supposed to do it. This just says that medical providers who don't comply shall be reported. It doesn't say who's supposed to, whose job it is. There's no understanding of how this process is going to happen. You're already allowed to report anybody for anything that you think is wrong, so this is completely unnecessary, and I urge a no vote.
The motion before us right now is a Miles Floor Amendment, 1037H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Miles Floor Amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Hartnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is supposed to be about informed consent. I think everyone in this chamber benefits from informed consent. I think everyone in this chamber realizes that informed consent essentially exploded over the course of our lifetimes. We all now attend pre-surgical meetings, have every intervention, procedure, or prescription reviewed by a provider, reviewing the risks, benefits, etc. We sign documents attesting to informed consent. We receive written materials, we watch videos, we look at models that are used for surgical procedures. In healthcare, we study informed consent to find ways to improve it. Physicians, nurses, psychologists, social workers are all trained in informed consent. It's all for the betterment. Informed consent is the right thing to do, and it improves health care. So what's wrong with the bill? Three things. The bill is wholly unnecessary. It's a well-established standard practice to review risks, benefits, side effects, drug contraindications, dosing timelines for possible benefits, always for such significant medications for children. As someone who's worked in behavioral health for 45 years and attended hundreds of family meetings on the use of medications across 6 programs and 2 sites, I have never seen a provider not take the time to review this important content and realize a fully informed consent. Secondly, the bill is overly prescriptive, no pun intended. It requires the prescriber to use FDA materials that may or may not be in production, the medication guides, as they're called, and the easy-to-understand medication package insert that I know you all read cover to cover. These materials simply may not be suitable or accessible to patients and parents. Why does this bill solely apply to Medicaid? Do we only care about Medicaid children and parents? Do we think Medicaid providers need more guidance? Are we building barriers to Medicaid care, making it harder for kids to get needed medications? House Bill 732 is unnecessary, too narrowly prescribed, and it discriminates against Medicaid recipients. Do the right thing and vote no on House Bill 732.
Chair recognizes Representative Kesselring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise today to speak in support of the committee's report to OTPA on this bill. What you haven't heard is that the prescriptions that are prescribed that are psychotropic drugs are the ones that we're talking about in this bill, specifically so the doctors can explain the side effects and what actually could happen to the child. It's been expanded to add caregivers or other people that would be considered guardians of the child. So I urge you to vote, push the green button on the committee report for OTP.
Representative Weber has requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed as amended on House Bill 732. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this duplicative and unnecessary and confusing disclosure and informed consent procedure is going to be superimposed on the already existing one because all of these prescriptions happen at the primary care provider's office with the parent there, and if I know that this applies only to those children whose care is being paid for by the Medicaid to Schools program, which is a small subset of the Medicaid to School, if I said Medicare, Medicaid to Schools program, which is a small subset of the Medicaid population, thus creating a complete administrative nightmare for the provider's office, would I now press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill and its amendment make sure that proper consent is given by parents for the prescribing of drugs to their children, and, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislation supports the basic rights of parents and legal guardians to be informed about the risks and potential complications of psychotropic drugs prescribed to their children, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and support the ought to pass with amendment recommendation of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed as amended. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gallagher. Representative Hegner.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 206 voting aye, 165 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred HCR 7, an act recognizing abortion as a critical component of the comprehensive reproductive health care. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lisa Mazur for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Janet Lucas for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion?
State your motion.
To lay HCR 7 on the table.
The motion is to lay HCR 7 on the table. A division, a roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to lay House HCR 7 on the table. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mazur for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we should be working toward policies that support women, families, and children at all stages of life, and if I know that women's health is more than just reproductive rights, and that this non-binding HCR overlooks other critical aspects such as support for infertility, maternal health, breast cancer screenings, and more. And finally, if I know singling out abortion as a critical component of reproductive health care while ignoring other pressing medical issues affecting women creates a narrow and politicized approach to women's health, would I then press the green button to lay HCR 7 on the table? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Simpson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know 64% of Granite Staters want their state lawmakers to take proactive, positive action on abortion rights, and if I know that campaign promises were made to not further restrict abortion in New Hampshire, and HCR 7 simply affirms that position in a vote. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I wanted to send a clear message to my constituents that we will not restrict abortion before 24 weeks, would I now press the red button so that another motion may be brought forward?
The motion before us is to lay on the table HCR 7. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 199 voting nay, 171 voting nay. HR 7 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred HR 16. The Act recognizes the essential contributions of the frontline health workers in assisting the state to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and urging greater attention and support for local frontline health workers. When considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Lucy Weber from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jim Colfault from the minority of the committee. The bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. The amendment is 0757H, printed in House Record 16, pages 53 through 54. Okay. Chair recognizes Representative McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to ask you to vote green on the amendment for H.R. 16. During 2020, the first year of COVID, all of our frontline healthcare workers did their jobs to care for the sick during dangerous and uncertain times. I was one of those essential workers, one of the heroes you're voting to recognize, except I don't see myself in this bill. Let me explain. Years ago, during the opioid crisis, as a pharmacist, I did not question Big Pharma's narrative that OxyContin, it was not addictive if you took it for pain, but that was not true. So then in 2021, the year of the COVID shot, I questioned everything. I looked at the global data. I looked for safety information in the package insert, which was a giant blank piece of paper, and the only words printed there right in the middle said, intentionally blank. I was one of the people fired from their essential job for questioning Big Pharma, and I was not the only one. There were countless people who lost their jobs and their livelihoods over the vaccine for a myriad of different reasons. My professional reason was refusing to inject the experimental COVID shot into children. This amendment aims to make sure that the unsung heroes who lost their jobs are also included in this resolution. I ask you to vote green to include those folks who were rapidly turned from heroes to zeros as part of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During COVID, every Granite Stater had to make difficult decisions for themselves, for their families, for their jobs, and for their communities. These decisions were not easy, and every single one of them had consequences. The burdens fell especially hard on our frontline responders. The bill as introduced had generalized language that recognized all of the frontline responders and the burdens we placed upon them, whatever their choices were. The amendment politicizes what was a very good bill by adding in one set of choices as being specifically referenced, to the exclusion of all the other difficult choices. So the majority of the committee preferred the all-inclusive language. I urge you to vote down the amendment so we can vote up the original bill. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Representative McGrath has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Minority Amendment 0757H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weary for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that during the COVID pandemic, almost everyone suffered greatly and that many people sacrificed much during that time, if I know that frontline workers sacrificed much, but that they were only a small segment of our society that was making sacrifices, and if I know that many frontline workers were directly threatened with the loss of their jobs and that many were fired from their jobs when they refused to use an experimental vaccine, and that, Mr. Speaker, these frontline workers also deserve their due recognition, would I now push the green button to support this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that all frontline workers, whatever their choices and whatever the consequences of those choices, were already included in the original bill, would I defeat this amendment by pressing the red button?
The motion before us is the Minority Amendment 0757H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gilman. Representative Turcotte.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 202 voting yea, 166 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. We are now, the motion before us is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 351, an act requiring landlords to give tenants of at-will tenancies at least 60-day notice to evict. Consider the same, report the same. The following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dick Thaxton for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, been unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ellen Reed from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to lay HB 351 on the table.
The motion is to lay HB 351 on the table. A division has, Representative Cole requests a division. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 351 on the table. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Reed for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this chamber just a few short weeks ago voted to create a new cause of eviction, giving that cause a 60-day notice, but leaving all other causes of eviction with shorter notices, and if I know that as soon as that bill passed the chamber, a press statement was released that was authored by the honorable members from Goffstown and Auburn, erroneously stating that HB 60 gives at least 60 days notice, ensuring tenants have ample time to secure alternative housing, without mention that that notice was only for the new cause of eviction. And if I believe that the honorable members from Goffstown and Auburn would never intentionally mislead the public on what a bill actually does, so must have thought that that bill does what this bill actually does do. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this Republican-sponsored bill provides a consistent and reliable 60-day notice for all good tenants to find housing in this 0.8% vacancy housing crisis, while maintaining a 7-day notice for tenants who are in arrears, have caused substantial damage, or have engaged in dangerous or violent behavior, then, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the green button to table this bill so that we can bring it back next year and accomplish the goals of the honorable members from Goffstown and Auburn?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 351. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alexander. Representative Berry. Representative Gonzalez. Representative Richards. Representative Bergeron and Jacobs.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 352 voting yea, 11 voting nay. House Bill 351 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 558 FN, an act creating a public county registry of the monthly rent charged by landlords for each owned unit, prohibiting landlords from using algorithms or software to determine rental rates. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Dick Thaxton from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ellen Reed from the minority of the committee. On the last bill, Representative Barton did recuse himself for a conflict of interest. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 558 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Housing, to which was referred House Bill 628 FN, an act prohibiting landlords from discriminating against prospective tenants holding certain vouchers under the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Calvin Bollier for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation of the bill ought to pass. Representative Merrill Gibbs for the minority of the committee. Okay. A division has been called. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 628. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Gibbs for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope everyone will be able to understand me. I've got a bad cold, so I'm keeping the mask on to avoid making the rest of the House sick. If you can't understand me, let me know. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a very high number of voucher holders, housing choice voucher holders, are families with children and people with disabilities, and therefore landlords not accepting Section 8 housing choice vouchers has a disproportionate negative effect on families with children and people with disabilities, making it harder for them to find housing, as well as making it harder for a large number of other low-income people holding vouchers. And if I know that when an applicant for a voucher receives that voucher, they normally have only 60 days to find an apartment with a landlord who will accept the voucher. An exception is possible but not guaranteed. And if they run out the time and can't find such an apartment, they have to turn the voucher back in. So they only have it normally for 60 days. Would I now vote no on the ITL so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Reinford for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire is currently experiencing a housing crisis and solving it is the top priority of the governor and this legislative body, but I also know that building more housing, not imposing government rent control, is the way to solve it. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that according to the National Association of Realtors, over 70% of small rental properties in New Hampshire are owned and managed by individuals known as mom and pop landlords, and that they should be free to rent their properties to whomever they choose. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill is a violation of fair housing practices, establishes administrative and financial burdens, along with bureaucratic processes, which will potentially create a greater housing crisis as these very landlords remove their properties from the market rather than entertain this government overreach, would I then vote green to ITL House Bill 628? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 628. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 213 voting yea, 152 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Representative Barton declared a conflict and recused himself from the vote.
The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 88FN, an act establishing community property trusts, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bob Lynn for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Zoe Manos for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0706H, printed in House Record 16 on page 41. The question's on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass with amendment. Representative Manos is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the minority position of ITL on HB 88, which establishes community property trusts. The minority is very concerned that this bill, which is represented to be a tax minimization bill, would radically change New Hampshire's divorce law. Under this bill, judges would lose their ability to fairly divide marital property and debts in a divorce. At the time of the divorce, this bill would require a 50-50 split of assets unless the parties agree otherwise in writing. So, imagine the following. Two 20-somethings fall madly in love and get married. She's an MBA student and incurs lots of debt to finance her education. She graduates and begins her corporate career. Soon, they decide to start a family. Although she continues to work, she is the primary caretaker for their children. He, meanwhile, is a playwright. He struggles to earn a living and to contribute to the family's finances. They decide to buy a house, which they put in a community property trust pursuant to this bill. Before they put the house in the trust, they are given the required notices that this bill dictates, that this trust has legal consequences if there's a divorce, and that they should seek competent advice. But they trust each other. They are in love. Neither seeks legal advice. Years pass, and she goes on to have a very financially successful corporate career and continues to be the primary caretaker for their children. He continues to write and struggles to contribute to the family's finances. Then, 20 years later, the marriage falls apart and they decide to divorce. Under current law, the judge would have the authority to fairly divide their marital assets and debts. However, under this bill, the judge would be handcuffed in his ability to be fair. Instead, unless both parties agree in writing, the judge must divide the property 50-50, no matter what is fair, no matter what is just, even though, in this case, the wife contributed far more to the household's finances and functioning. The majority asserts that marital judges would not lose their authority under this plan to fairly divide marital assets and debts. but the plain language of the bill proves otherwise. This is not just a property tax issue. This would be a fundamental change to marital law in New Hampshire, one that would have serious unintended consequences for families. I urge you to vote no to support the minority position of ITL on HB 88. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division vote.
Representative Dan McGuire is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you can believe it, there's a circumstance where a widow in New Hampshire owes more federal income tax than someone in the same circumstance in California and a dozen other Western states that have community property. This bill gives New Hampshire families an estate planning tool that allows them to reduce their federal income tax obligation, similar to what residents of California and some of these other states have automatically. This is not about divorce. This is about estate planning and allowing people to set up their property in a way to minimize their federal income tax burden. This law that we're considering has already been adopted in Alaska, South Dakota, Tennessee, and Florida. What do those states have in common? Like us, they don't charge a personal income tax. So adopting this bill does not hurt the state's own tax revenues. This is all about letting people have an option to reduce their federal tax burden. Please join me in pressing the green button to help New Hampshire widows. And I ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McGuire sees your division and raises you a roll call. Representative Dan McGuire requests a roll call, which is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended in House Bill 88. Representative Rumbo is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the language of HB 88 would prevent family court judges from fairly dividing marital assets and debts when there's a divorce, and if I know that New Hampshire has long been an equitable division state, so that judges may determine the division of assets and debts on a case-by-case basis appropriate to each divorce, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, would I now push the red button so that another motion may be made? Thank you.
Representative Lynn's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill allows couples to enter into community property trusts to reduce their federal tax burden, and if I know that each spouse is fully informed and voluntarily enters such a trust, and if I know that courts around the country have held that community property trusts generally do not prevent them from ensuring fair treatment in divorce, especially including the obligation of both parents to support their children, then would I vote to uphold the people's right to freedom of contract by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended in House Bill 88. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 211 in the affirmative, 155 in the negative. The report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary wishes to refer to House Bill 148, an act permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain circumstances. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Katie Petronell for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Eric True for the minority of the committee. Representative Wade is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to HB 148 and against every single bill targeting the LGBTQ+ community this session. I'd like to take some time to share one of the most profound conversations I've had in my entire life, because it's essential to understand what's really at stake with this legislation. It was November 5th, Election Day last year, and like many of you, I spent the day at my polling place talking to voters and holding signs. Around nighttime, the last Republican volunteer showed up to hold signs, and I introduced myself. After talking for a little while, he told me the reason he hadn't participated much in politics this year. It turned out that one of his children had passed away the previous summer, and he just didn't have the energy. I could tell how difficult it was for him to share that, but at the same time, I knew he was reaching out to me for a reason. By now, it was almost 7 p.m., and all the other volunteers had left. It was just the two of us, waiting for the clock to turn over so we could finally rest and see the results. I was getting ready to pack up my things when he pulled me aside and he asked me a question. Are you transgender? I said yes. And it turned out the reason that his child had passed away was that he was a transgender man who had taken his own life the previous summer. He said I reminded him of his child and started telling me stories about how proud he was of his son becoming a scientist. Even though he didn't fully understand what it meant to be transgender, he loved his child deeply and regretted not being able to understand them more before they passed away. He asked about my own experience in being a trans woman and what I thought could have contributed to their suicide. I shared how overwhelming it can be for trans people to go through life in a society hostile to our very existence, and how transitioning managed to save my life 6 years ago. We kept talking about all sorts of things, all sorts of stories about his child, long past the time the polls had closed. He was worried about how the rest of his family was coping with the loss. After that, we hugged for a bit, and everything else that happened that day just faded away. Long after he had left, I could not stop thinking about our conversation, about a father just trying to understand his child and cope with his loss, and how much pain could be avoided if we didn't treat trans people like political weapons. I will remember that conversation for the rest of my life. In those moments, we were not a Republican or a Democrat. We were just two people reaching out and trying to genuinely understand each other. I really hope that his family is doing better now, but their child is not coming back. I wish I had gotten the chance to meet them. I think we need more of that willingness as a country to speak honestly and seek to understand one another, to stop the vilification of our fellow citizens and to find common ground. This bill does the exact opposite, labeling all trans people as a threat to public safety and privacy while somehow claiming to oppose discrimination. On February 19th in Arizona, police were called on Kalia Morton, a 19-year-old cis woman using the restroom because she looked too masculine. The only men in the women's restroom that day were the sheriff's deputies, as they flashed lights under the stalls and shouted for her to come out of the stall. She came out, and to prove she was a woman, she lifted up her shirt. The sheriffs did not believe her even then. All of this when Arizona doesn't even have a bathroom law, a bathroom ban. Imagine how different it could have been if that happened here with HB 148. That's why defeating this bill here today matters. That's why I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, don't do this. Do not make New Hampshire a state where people like me, people like his son, and some of the people up in the gallery here today are told we don't belong. We do. Public testimony overwhelmingly opposed this bill. 206 in favor, 2,910 oppose. For hours, more than 50 people testified against this bill in person during the hearing. Only around 10 showed up to support it. The public has told us loud and clear they do not support this measure. Voting to bring back discrimination in the Granite State will not stop harassment. It will only make it worse. That is not freedom. That is not New Hampshire. And that is why I ask you today to please vote against HB 148. Thank you.
Representative Wheeler is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was a powerful story. And I have heard many stories like that in the lead up to this vote here today. But, Mr. Speaker, the powerful anecdotes of one person and the consent of one person cannot stand for the consent of another person. And if there are women who feel unsafe, if there are women who feel like their space has become not private, then we should listen to those women. And just because a small segment of the population would like those policies to accommodate them over women doesn't mean that we here today can do that. So, Mr. Speaker, for us, and I pause because my colleagues are walking out as I give this speech. People are clapping in the gallery for their walking out. And Mr. Speaker, I think that illustrates exactly why I got up here today. I could have quietly voted my conscience, could have followed the party line, but Mr. Speaker, again, the consent of one person cannot stand for the consent of another. And just because one person is comfortable with a transgender woman being in the bathroom with them or playing sports with them or being in a prison with them doesn't mean that another woman is. And these issues do not have to cause violence. These conversations can be nuanced, and we can have conversations about treating each other with respect and humanity, and putting in place policies that say that women who were born women deserve a space to themselves, whether that be the bathroom or sports or the locker room or prisons, is not transphobic. And there are people in my town, there are people throughout the country who are liberal, left-leaning people who agree with what I just said here, but some of them won't vote with me here. Some of them, in fact, have left the party in my town. There was just a woman last week who left my party because she felt not only was she not being heard, but she felt like there was no way for her to even speak up about this position. And given how many people are still in their seats, I can understand why. The orthodoxy of the Democratic Party on this issue has left us to where we can't have nuanced discussions, and women are being silenced in this conversation. As much as people don't want to hear that, that is what is happening. And when I talked to people on this side of the issue and this side of the issue, I heard, I don't want any violence to happen against me. I don't want to be disrespected or unheard. I heard that from transgender individuals, and I heard that from women. So, Mr. Speaker, I think HB 148, legislation which enables localities, municipalities, and businesses to put in place specific policies around definitions of sex, is not a right-wing, fascist, Nazi movement like I've been told that it is. I was called a Nazi for the prospect of giving this speech. I mean, I don't think that your position or side benefits from calling the other a Nazi when they are trying to ask genuine questions about women's spaces and the protection of women inside those spaces. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a controversial topic. I absolutely understand that, and I apologize that we had to clear out half the room for it. But municipalities, localities, private gyms, prisons, these places should be able to put in place policies which, in limited circumstances, separate people based off of biological sex. And I ask that the members on this side who have to feel the pressure of the orthodoxy on them would consider the alternative side and consider not calling them bigots or racists or homophobes or transphobes just because we certainly have questions about women's spaces and the protection of women within them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
Always.
And slow your roll, Representative. Before you inquire, it is a violation of House rules to come down that aisle while someone's at the well, so I don't want to see that again.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. With white passing African Americans being free from discrimination during Jim Crow era laws, do you think that it is fair that we can compare this situation directly to the bathroom bans that African Americans were given and told that they were dangerous to white people? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Representative, race and what happened in the Jim Crow era is, yes, significantly different than sex and talking about women and their private spaces.
Representative Chur is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me first acknowledge the courage and the honesty of my colleague, the member from Dover, who spoke first, to share what we heard. It shouldn't take courage for any person in our state to live as they are or to discuss who they are, but it does. I also rise to speak against passage of this bill. I'm still here. I'm hoping that members will focus on its deep and dangerous structural flaws. Passing a bill this impactful, yet this poorly written, could only be described as, quote, legislative malpractice. I'll get there. Now, unlike our state's licensed professionals, we in the legislature can't actually be accused of malpractice, but our constituents certainly don't see it that way. Regardless of how you feel about the underlying issues of this bill, the only thing I can tell you with any confidence is that if you think you know what this bill will do in our state or how it will be used, you are wrong. RSA 354A:1 is titled The Law Against Discrimination. This bill seeks to carve out key exceptions to those protections. Specifically, the protections against gender identity discrimination added by our Republican-led legislature and signed by our Republican governor 7 years ago. In our live free or die state, if such a change is needed, it should require the strictest of care and the narrowest of limits. The opposite is true of House Bill 148. No attempt is even made to define the key term biological sex in the bill's title. Nor is any attempt made to define what types of deeply personal information or invasive examinations could be used to, quote, verify a person's sex. Finally, nor does it even state how one must act based on that information once they have it. Those that haven't read the actual bill that I'm talking about might not believe me. Take a moment to look at it while I'm talking. It's a shockingly short read given the legal doors it intends to open. So you likely believe that this bill is about transgender people, which is almost certainly it is, but you won't find any language about that in the bill either. No, this bill impacts everybody, and it can be used, and I quote from the bill, any person or organization, public or private, to legally question anyone to verify their sex. Imagine what that might involve. Isn't that the very definition of state-sanctioned invasion of privacy? They can make any subjective sex determination that they feel is appropriate and then use that to force a person to do as they say. Different organizations and even different individuals will likely choose to treat the same person in opposite ways based on this bill. Isn't that the very essence of state-sanctioned discrimination? It's really a recipe for endless litigation over the most personal of matters. So the bill's application to supposedly 3, quote, limited circumstances is also hardly comforting. If you think House Bill 148 is just to protect women's bathrooms or school locker rooms, think again. Again, any person using any public restroom or locker room could be questioned about their sex and told to use whatever facility the operator thinks they should. We've seen examples of this happening to cisgendered women, as my colleague mentioned a few minutes ago, in Arizona and also in DC recently, just this past year. And this is based on nothing but their appearance. This will happen here, legally, if this bill passes. Likewise, if you think this bill is to protect girls in sports, the bill doesn't actually do that either. It actually allows the opposite. How could that be true? Well, biological sex is most often taken to mean one's given sex at birth. Sounds plausible, but the advantages noted in the bill for biological males in sports are not set at birth. They are the result of hormones and related secondary sexual characteristics established later in life. So a trans boy who was apparently biologically female at birth but now has male musculature due to the use of legal transitioning hormones, could be forced to compete on the girls' team based on their, quote, biological sex. If that sounds absurd, that is exactly what happened under a similar rule in Texas. Members might want to Google the name Mac Beggs. He was the undefeated statewide girls wrestling champion in Texas for 2 years, in spite of living as a boy and wanting to wrestle as a boy. He was jeered when competing simply for not dropping out when he was forced to wrestle as a girl. That story's also not unique. Can you imagine why some team might use this rule in that way here? Honestly, there are activist organizations and individuals on both sides of this issue, and they will use the unrestricted provisions of this law in any way they wish. Some will do so to make a point, some to gain a purposeful advantage, and some simply not recognizing the unintended consequences. Regardless, the lives of real people who never wanted to be in the spotlight will be caught in the middle. Lawsuits will follow, but the courts will be powerless to say what any party is in the wrong, that any party is in the wrong based on a plain reading of the law under this bill. Nobody here in this body can say now that they did not know such things were possible, even likely. We will be asked how we voted when they do. So finally, in his veto message of the exact same bill last July, exact same bill, not a word changed, Governor Sununu noted that the legislation, quote, runs contrary to New Hampshire's live free or die spirit and, quote, seeks to solve problems that have not presented themselves in New Hampshire and in doing so invites unnecessary discord. I think he's right. The House upheld his veto by a bipartisan majority. Well, we have a new governor now. Perhaps she'll see things differently. I say we should never let it get to that point. Let's protect the privacy, liberty, dignity, and safety of all New Hampshire citizens, and particularly our most vulnerable, by stopping this irresponsible bill right here in the New Hampshire House. Advancing this bill would truly be legislative malpractice, and we will be held to account for the results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to facilitate any necessary voter follow-up, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Leon's recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to speak to the representative from Dover. I thank you for your bravery in sharing the experience and conversation that you had, and I hope that you also understand that there are women who have the same deeply held convictions about their needs and their own experience. We need to reach a point where we can have a discussion instead of calling this a political football. I rise today to speak in favor of the ought-to-pass motion on House Bill 148, a bill which allows but does not require biological sex to be used as a criteria for defining who can access intimate spaces. Bathrooms, locker rooms, athletic competitions, and places where people are locked up against their will. Several decades ago, an entrepreneurial couple started a gym you may remember, Curves. It was for women to give them a space where they could exercise without getting ogled by guys and where they could feel comfortable that this was a safe space for women. In 2006, there were almost 8,000 of those in the US. Today, there's less than 200. We've gone from a point where there were more than tens of thousands of gyms that were oriented to giving women a space where they felt safe to be, to a point where now in locker rooms, when somebody drops their pants and exposes male genitalia to a room full of women, there is nothing that can be done as long as that person says that I identify as female. Now that's a problem for the women that are exposed to genitalia they don't want to see. But perhaps even worse, this is a problem for transgendered people who may be victimized by people who are falsely claiming a transgender identity in order to get access to women. That's one of the things that this bill is about. By allowing the criteria of gender, of biologic sex to be considered, we have an opportunity to do something when somebody shows off their equipment in the locker room. Right now, we don't. With the current law, we cannot do anything to protect vulnerable women and girls. We need to move forward and have a discussion about how we can heal this rift and realize that no one person is superior or more equal to others. Because right now, the way that the law is written is that transgender people have superior rights to women. We need to get back to equal rights by passing this bill. Thank you.
Representative Granger requests a roll call. Anybody want to second it? Sure do. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 148. Let's find our seats. Representative Chur is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 148 undermines key protections against gender discrimination proudly added 7 years ago by a Republican-led legislature and signed by our Republican governor, and if I know that that same Republican governor then vetoed this exact same bill last summer, and this body supported his veto by a majority, and if I also know that the governor's veto message noted that 1, this bill runs contrary to our live free or die spirit, 2, is unnecessary, and 3, will sow discord in our state, if I further know that he was absolutely correct due to the glaring problems with this bill, then finally, if I know that this bill undermines the privacy, the dignity of all of our citizens, not just transgender, but particularly the most vulnerable amongst us, then would I now press the red button to halt this act of legislative malpractice right here in the People's House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alexander is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know we all deserve reasonable privacy and security in intimate spaces, such as bathrooms and locker rooms, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that school boards, prison officials, and others need the flexibility to establish policies for the safety and well-being of all, and if I know that a lack of flexibility with respect to athletic competitions puts federal funding for our educational institutions at risk, would I then press the green button to pass this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 148. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 201 in the affirmative, 166 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The House will be in order. The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, which was referred to House Bill 199, an act extending the statute of limitation on civil actions relative to damage caused by per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, I should have said that first, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Marjorie Smith for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Caitlin Kuchab for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay HB 199 on the table.
Representative Alexander moves to lay House Bill 199 on the table. Are you ready for the question? I'm sorry? Tabling motions are not debatable, and so far it's a voice vote. There we go. This will be a division vote. A winner. This will be a division vote on tabling House Bill 199. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 199 on the table. Representative Alexander is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill would extend the statute of limitations for PFAS exposures from 6 years to a potential exposure of 20 years, a very extreme extension that exists practically nowhere in existing law. And Mr. Speaker, if I'm unclear if the clock starts when someone is exposed or when a person suspects to have been exposed, and if this clock resets after every potential exposure. And Mr. Speaker, if I would like to get through today faster, would I then press the green button to table? Thank you.
Representative Birch is recognized for parliamentary inquiry to a silent, attentive House chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a bill that would not require much of our time, if I know that 20-year limitations exist broadly around the country, and much larger one exists in toxic water contamination case involving a place called Camp Lejeune, which many of you may be familiar with, and if I know that the polluters and not the taxpayers, municipalities, and injured citizens should pay for the damages and remediation they caused, would I then vote against tabling?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 199 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McGee.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 in the affirmative, 170 in the negative, 199 is laid on the table.
For what reason did the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the debate on HB 148 be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Majority Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 254 FN, an act relative to options for end-of-life care. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Bob Lynn from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christine Perez from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Move to lay HB 254 on the table.
The motion is to lay House Bill 254 on the table. Representative Granger has requested no? Okay. Representative Lynn wants a division vote. This will be a division vote. Representative Marjorie Smith requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 254. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I do enjoy a debate of 9 speakers, such as we have lined up here as much as the next guy, but I also know that we don't need to have the same debate every year, not when nothing has changed and not when the outcome of this bill is entirely certain already. Would I now press the green button to lay this bill on the table?
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill deals with important issues of freedom and personal liberty, and if I know that unlike some other forums, this body does not shy away from debating such issues, then would I vote against the motion to table by pressing the red button so that we can get on with the debate? Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I do request a division vote.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 254. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you oppose, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wade.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote.
This is a conference. This is not a conference.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 182 voting nay. House Bill 254 is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 273, an act relative to a parent's access to their minor child's library records. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Christine Perez for the majority. The minority, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Catherine Rombo for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Mark Page.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given my poor decision to have medical treatment, I was told, given my poor decision to have medical treatment and deliver a floor speech, that this speech would look a lot better on the radio, but here I am, live. Mr. Speaker, this bill would require that libraries and schools make available library records of minors, children up to the age of 18, upon request of a parent or guardian whose address matches that on the minor's library account. We rejected a similar bill last session, and we should do the same today. At its core, the bill ignores some key fiscal and social conservative principles so many Granite Staters value: limited government, reasonable expectation of privacy, and careful local stewardship of taxpayer resources. Equally concerning,
Member will suspend. I know it's getting a little bit later in the day, but it's getting awful noisy in here, and the member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Equally concerning, it puts a government agency in between parents and their children. As a practical matter, the bill's ambiguity would raise many questions upon implementation. It's unclear how librarians are supposed to comply with the bill's mandate to provide a minor's records upon request. To be valid, must a parental request be written, verbal? The bill does not say. And significantly, the bill is silent on the question of who pays for additional time and labor used to assess and respond to requests. But we can answer that one. It's the local taxpayer. Additionally, the bill's authorization of a library record to a parent or guardian whose, quote, address matches that on the minor's library account creates its own set of problems. Absent from the bill is any guidance about verifying the currency of that address for either the child or the parent, assessing if any current court orders or other legal restrictions apply to the requesting parent due to abuse, neglect, or domestic violence intervention. Thus, there's the potential for error at best or at worst harm to a child. A strong case exists to reject this bill on the grounds that its costs and ambiguity add up to that legislative phrase we hear often, an unfunded mandate. But there's an even stronger argument. It's unnecessary. Under current law, today, parents may fully access their children's available library records by having their minor child borrow materials through the parent's library card, and if the parent wishes, they can decline to authorize the issuance of a separate library card for their minor. Even assuming the best intentions, this bill really would not help a parent regulate the flow of information to the child, something that is already an impossibility in the age of the internet. And in the library context, where a child can still access material available on open shelves, avoiding creating any record of borrowing. In fact, with a surveillance mechanism like the one proposed here, it's conceivable a minor might be more likely to review information from open shelves, avoid checking out any material, and thus further separating a parent from understanding the type of information their child is trying to access. Mr. Speaker, when I sat down to write this speech, I did so at a local public library. And as I thought about this topic, I recalled the day that I took one of my children to get her own library card, and how that was such a rite of passage, opening the door to a world of ideas, and maybe even some that I might not agree with. I was probably naive, but at the time, I didn't think of a need to monitor her library records. But because of this bill, I did come to see and understand the view of other parents that see this as an extension of their parental rights. and I'm sympathetic to its intent. Going back and looking back in time, would I have had been more cautious or wanted to know more, or perhaps declined the authorization of the library card? I don't think so. But what's important is that after testimony at hearing, it became clear that the intent of the bill is already satisfied under current law, removing any need to pass additional legislation that might actually further complicate the situation. So please join me in voting to oppose the committee's 9-8 OTP recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Drago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A child getting a library card is considered a rite of passage by many. Did you know in New Hampshire, once a child gets a library card, their parents lose all access to the child's library records? Parents sign over their rights to see what their child, as young as 6, is reading, but remain financially responsible for those lost books. Republicans put forward a contract with our state, and number 4 on the list is empowering parents. This legislation honors this by giving parents the right back over their child's library records. The battle over what is inappropriate and, more importantly, what is appropriate at what age will continue on. This is why it is more important than ever for parents to have the ability to see what their child is reading and decide for themselves if it is age appropriate. On this very floor last year, our colleague read explicit passages from a book. When the vote to stop his speech failed, many members took their ball and went home as they stormed out in disgust. The only thing disgusting is that these books are in the hands of kids, and parents are not allowed to know. It's time we empower parents and stop the systematic erosion of their rights. The moment an individual decides to become a parent, it is their right and their right alone to raise a child how they see fit. It is not the responsibility of any taxpayer-funded government institution. Please join me in support HB 273 by pressing the green button and tell parents across the state, we see you, we have heard your concerns, and we have your back. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 273. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 273. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Manos for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that under current law, parents can fully access their children's library records by having their children borrow library materials through the parent's library card, and if I know that this bill is ambiguous as to how librarians are to comply with it and the mandate to produce children's library records, and further, if I know that we should not be inserting librarians between children and their parents, would I now push the red button to oppose the committee's recommendation of OTP? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Perez for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that right now parents remain financially responsible for late fees, but when they question what book, they are told, we cannot give you that information. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the American Library Association states it is a parent's role, quote, to monitor his or her child's individual reading life. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that parents have a vested interest in monitoring any harmful, inappropriate, or explicit material that is being accessed by their minor children, then would I press the green button to pass this common sense bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is Majority Committee report of order passing House Bill 273. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Haskins.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 196 voting yea, 162 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which is referred House Bill 280, an act relative to wage payments. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Granger from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Daniel, the clerk from the minority of the committee. The amendment, for what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move that we place HB 280 on the table.
That is a correct motion. The motion before us is to place House Bill 280 on the table. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 280 on the table. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 280 completely guts RSA 275:43 and takes away all of the protections that are in place for payroll, if I further know that this RSA provides guidance to employers so they can properly engage in their payroll process, if I know all this, would I then press the green button in favor of tabling this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill would do something that legislators rarely get to do in this body, that being actually reducing regulations, and if I know that all labor enforcement provisions within RSAs would remain, and if I further know by tabling we would lose the opportunity to reduce those regulations, would I now press the red button so we can hear the debate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 280. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Woodcock.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 172 voting aye, 192 voting nay. The motion fails. We're back to the amendment 0452H, printed in House Record 16, pages 43 to 44. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We're now on to ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Sullivan. Brian Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, HB 280 thoroughly guts RSA 275:43. This is the statute that provides guidance on what employers can and cannot do when it comes to payroll. The statute currently provides that employees can be paid in lawful money of the United States, by electronic transfer, or by a payroll card with certain restrictions. The statute also indicates that all employees will have the option of receiving a paper check drawn from a bank that is convenient to the place of employment. This bill eliminates all that statutory language addressing these methods of payment. Year after year, the Labor Committee has rejected bills that have attempted to replace the paper check option with payroll cards. This rejection has been consistent and bipartisan. Some of these debit-type cards have associated fees that eat away at an employee's pay. This bill would allow an employer to provide payroll exclusively by payroll card. A small but substantial number of employees are unable to open a bank account. This happens when a person repeatedly overdrafts their checking account. This happened to a relative of mine when his payroll check bounced from an employer that was on the brink of going under. While it is the preference of many employers to do direct deposit, it is critical for an employee who has no bank account to be paid in cash or a check that can be conveniently cashed. This bill deletes language that allows an employee to file a complaint with the Department of Labor if the employer deducts money for health, welfare, or pension funds, but fails to deposit the deducted money into the appropriate fund. Legal counsel for the Department of Labor raised these concerns with members of the committee. Last year, the House soundly rejected a bill that would allow an employer to do their payroll in gold or silver. HB 280 would open the door to doing exactly that. For that matter, this bill would allow payroll to be done in some form that cannot readily be converted into United States dollars and cents. RSA 275:43 is our statute for a good reason. It provides important guidance to employers on how to do payroll properly and provides important protections to employees. Please join me in voting no on the OTPA motion so another motion might be brought forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many times during campaigns have we heard, we're going to reduce regulations? Over and over and over, and how many times do we actually do that? I spent 3 terms on labor in my previous years, and we never saw the regs decrease, they were always increasing. I will agree we've heard time after time the issue of pay cards, and time after time those changes were voted down. One of them actually ended up in a committee of conference, and during that committee of conference, with now the lead individual on the other end of on the other side of the wall, I told her that in the future what we would do was, for this section, we would actually create and remove some of these regulations that were in there, and this bill is exactly what that does. So this bill removes approximately 430 words from our existing RSAs and replaces it with this. The manner in which payment is made shall be determined by the employer and the employee. The employer shall, on or before the first day of employment, inform the employee in writing the manner in which payment shall be made. At any time an employer intends to change its method of payment, each employee shall be given written notice no less than 90 days prior to the change. The goal is to reduce regulatory burdens on businesses, all our businesses, with no preference to a single specific industry. We want to allow the free market and the employer-employee relationship to decide how and in what form wages will be paid. Currently, I would be guessing, but I'm somewhere around 99% are either paid by check or automatic payroll. If the employee agrees with the employer, they have their arrangements without interference with government bureaucracy or mandates that support any special interests. And as I said in the previously, the Department of Labor's ability to enforce these laws would remain. I ask that you press the green button to support this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I do request a roll call.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 280. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 280. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Clerk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill wipes out every means of payment, including but not limited to lawful money in the U.S., And if I know that the day after a person is hired and has agreed on a form of payment, the employer can give a 90-day notice saying that they will be changing said method of payment. And if I also know that this bill will repeal RSA 273:11-A, paragraph 3B, relative to civil penalties by the Labor Commission, then would I now push the red button to defeat the OTP? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Granger for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that employees and employers are perfectly capable of arranging payment methods on their own, and if I know that it is in the interest of both parties to work out reasonable accommodations, if I know that the state doesn't need to micromanage this function, and if I know that this bill includes safeguards to protect employees from sudden and unexpected changes in how they're paid, would I press the green button to support the OTP motion? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended in House Bill 280. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Georges. Representative Georges. You can't push the button. I need a thumbs up or down, please. Thank you.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 191 voting yea, 106 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services which we referred House Bill 379. An act relative to youth employment during the school year and at night. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Brian Labrie for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Cahill from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Chair recognizes Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think all of us know the value of work. It's especially important for our young people to have this experience early so that they will develop good work habits, soft skills, and things that they may not learn in school, but in the actual work environment, it's a good thing for them to do. What may not be as good is if they're working until 11, 12 o'clock on a school night, when you've got to go to school the next day and maybe your courses are a little bit harder than they were back when you were in 8th grade, because now you're a sophomore, a junior and a senior, and you've probably got some pretty tough courses. So it takes some concentration. You want to get a good night's sleep before that. Now, it's certainly good to be working in the evening, but I think 9 o'clock would be late enough to punch out, go home, maybe finish your homework, get a good night's sleep, be fresh for school the next day. And that's why I put this bill in, because that was the law before, and then it was changed in sort of an unusual movement, another bill. They just wiped out the violation, wiped out the law about night work. So this applies to 16 and 17-year-olds. My colleague in the committee report asserts that this might disadvantage some workers. And I think actually it levels the playing field so that all 16 and 17-year-olds will be prohibited from working past 9 o'clock on a school night. Not some who who maybe aren't paying attention. The parents are saying, "Oh, go ahead, do whatever you have to do," but all. That would be so. If you really needed somebody to work past 9 o'clock during the school year on a school night when they didn't have Monday off or during the school vacation week, you would hire an 18-year-old. But this was not prevent any 16 and 17-year-olds from working until 9 o'clock every night of that Monday through Friday school week, and till 11 o'clock. They could work till 11 o'clock on Friday because there's no school the next day. So it's a reasonable bill protecting the future careers of our young people. We do have a workforce shortage, but let's not lean too heavily on the people who may come to regret it later when they were making money during that evening work, but now their grades are suffering. They're not getting into the school that they really wanted to get to, or they're just not putting a good grade average. So I'm asking you to overturn this ITL so that we can get to an amendment ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative LaBrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to House Bill 379, a bill that shackles our youth and our small businesses with unnecessary government overreach. As Granite Staters, we champion free markets, personal responsibility, and opportunity, yet this bill stifles all three. By capping work hours at 35 hours per week during the school year and imposing strict curfews like 9 p.m. on weeknights, we're telling 16 and 17-year-olds, many of whom are mature enough to balance school and work, that the state knows better than they do. This bill also hamstrings employers, particularly in the retail and hospitality sectors, who depend on these young workers during their busiest seasons. This isn't about safety. This is about control. Our kids deserve the chance to earn money, build skills, and learn the value of hard work. They don't need to be coddled by know-it-all bureaucrats. Let's trust parents and job creators and not smother our kids with paternalistic rules. Lest we forget, this is the Granite State, not the nanny state. Please give our kids a chance and press the green button to ITL this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 379. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Opposed, nay. The ayes had it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 386 FN, an act prohibiting nursing agencies from including non-compete clauses in contracts with healthcare entities. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark Warden for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Cahill from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to table HB 386.
The motion is to table HB 386. That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 386. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 386 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 442, an act relative to prohibiting payment of the sub-minimum wages. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark Warden for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Chris Schultz for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to table HB 442, please.
The motion is to table House Bill 442. Are you ready for the question? Who requested a roll call? Representative Weber requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 442. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Creighton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that New Hampshire businesses can offer many payment options, if I further know that many tip workers choose this method because it offers an opportunity to further themselves, if I also know that if passed, this bill would cause major disruption in our state's enterprises, would I then push the green button to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Schultz for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know Granite Staters deserve a robust conversation about wages in this state, if I know that the subminimum wage is a vestige of slavery and those divisive concepts need to be eliminated from the law, and if I know that wages would be the best thing so that workers would make sure their children can pay for their own lunches, etc., I would then push the red button so we don't table this pretty good bill.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 442. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McGee.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 153 voting nay. House Bill 442 is laid on the table. Majority Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 726 FN, Act relative to the state minimum hourly rate. If considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Samuel Farmington from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Kathy Staub for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I make a motion to table House Bill 726.
The motion is to table House Bill 726. Senator Weber asks for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 726. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Creighton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would harm New Hampshire businesses, if I also know that the market should drive wages, would I then vote green to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Staub for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our $7.25 minimum wage is out of step with surrounding states and makes it difficult to compete for workers, and if I know that the 61,000 workers who make less than $15 an hour in this state do important work and deserve fair compensation, and Mr. Speaker, if I believe that we should debate this bill out of respect for our hardworking retail, food service, child care, and elder care workers who are among the lowest paid workers in the state, then would I push the red button and vote against this tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 726. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McGrath. Representative Pismona didn't register. I need to finish.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 197 voting yea, 158 voting nay. House Bill 726 laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which is referred House Bill 757, an act relative to tip pooling and sharing and automatic service charges. Having considered the same, report the same. The following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lino Avellini from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Cahill for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I'd like to table HB 757.
The motion is to table House Bill 757. Are you ready for the question? A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. Not yet. Not yet. The motion before us is to table House Bill 757. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Creighton
Thank you,
for a
Mr. Speaker.
parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill creates an unnecessary administrative requirement, if I further know that we heard no testimony that indicated a strong desire for more bureaucracy, would I then vote green to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Cahill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that passing this bill that we should debate would offer an opportunity for the hospitality industry to relieve themselves of the frequent violations for which they're charged because their servers don't understand what they're getting into with regard to tip pooling and tip sharing, would I press the red button so that we can hear the debate?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 757. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DeBoyd. Representative Hill. Representative Post.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 204 voting nay, 152 voting nay. House Bill 757 is laid on the table.
Yeah, no, I was in the middle of
The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 221, an act relative to assessment of cost effectiveness of the system's benefit charge. Having considered the same report, the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass, Representative Michael Harrington for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ned Reynolds for the minority of the committee. Representative Reynolds is recognized to speak against the committee. Hi. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion.
Let's state your motion.
I move that we lay HB 221 upon the table.
Representative Germano moves that House Bill 221 be laid on the table. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions whether to lay House Bill 221 on the table. Representative Corman is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the online registration for this bill was 108 opposing and 1 supporting, and that one person who supported later told me that, in fact, they actually opposed the bill, so that this bill does not exactly do the people's business. And if I know that debate on this bill is going to be full of exciting topics, such as the Granite State test and the total resource cost test, topics that will really hold everyone's attention, would I press the green button to table this bill?
Representative Harrington is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the 100 people that were mentioned by the previous speaker, almost every single one of them make money off of this bill, and that's why they want to come in and testify. And if I also know that every electric ratepayer in New Hampshire is affected by the system benefit charge, I think it's worthy of discussion. Please push the red button.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 221 on the table. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 151 in the affirmative, 193 in the negative. The motion fails. Back to the main motion about to pass. Now Representative Reynolds is recognized to speak against the committee report. Yeah, you were recognized to speak. Let's quiet down so we can hear the member.
Man, where's everybody going?
There's only 2 speakers on the bill, so don't go far. Can we clear the aisle and have conversations taken outside, please?
Greetings, colleagues. Welcome to the science, technology, and energy portion of our program, your favorite. HB 221. This bill, broadly speaking, as you've heard, concerns the New Hampshire Saves program. You know, the incentives, education, and technical assistance that Eversource, the New Hampshire Co-op, et al. Provide to our residents and businesses and municipalities to help them choose more energy-efficient products and systems. New Hampshire Saves is funded by the Systems Benefits Charge, SBC, which is a very small part of every ratepayer's bill. The aggregate reduction in energy use from these programs saves us all money by reducing the total amount of energy that our utilities have to buy for us, thus lowering its price, and also lowering our state's transmission costs on the regional grid. This bill specifically is about how to define and who gets to define the system's, the cost effectiveness of the system's benefits charge. The thing is, the cost effectiveness of the system's benefits charge, which is to say the return on investment on these programs that it funds, is not in doubt. These programs are long-standing. They're quite similar to those offered in every other New England state, and their rigorous policy, the rigorous analyses that they undergo which are regularly reported to the PUC, Public Utilities Commission, have long showed that they save ratepayers over $3 for every $1 that's collected. So why this bill? Well, 3 years ago, the formula that calculates that impressive ROI, over 3 to 1, was put into law by this legislature in the vehicle of HB 549. It codified the primary formula that the PUC should use. And it was one that had been arrived at through years of experience by our utilities, along with many other stakeholders, including the consumer advocate and folks who had long participated in our state's Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Energy Board. The vote on HB 549 just 3 years ago was 343 to 0, and of course it was signed into law by Governor Sununu. Now, why was the legislature even involved in such an arcane matter as the formula that measures the cost effectiveness of these programs? Well, our PUC had caused a huge stir by abruptly rejecting that well-established and widely accepted formula and declaring that it was going to undertake its own analysis and come up with its own formula. So the legislature, 3 years ago, emphatically said no to that, recognizing that consistency was very important to our state's utilities and to the myriad retailers and small businesses who were involved in the delivery of these programs. Consistency, in fact, is critical to cost effectiveness. You want to avoid starting and stopping, unpredictability, ever-changing criteria, and things like that. Now, economic conditions might change over years. Technology, prices, and costs will change. So the values going into the formula, the value the formula produces will change. So the outcome will change. The cost effectiveness might go up, might go down, but a whole lot would have to change for the over 3 to 1 cost effectiveness ratio to go negative. So bottom line, no cause has been shown. There's no need, not now and not in 2027, when the change contemplated by this bill would take effect. There's no need for the PUC to be able to reopen this can of worms and consider modifying the formulas, the criteria by which these programs are judged. Under the guise of concern for cost effectiveness, this bill is just opening the door for the PUC to once again substitute its judgment for a well-earned, venerable consensus on how to evaluate these programs. Now look, every New Hampshire ratepayer, every resident, every business, every municipality is familiar with these programs. They can take advantage of them. They depend on them to be available to help them make optimal decisions about replacements or new designs involving energy efficiency, energy-using equipment. They are widely appreciated. So please stand up for consistency and for energy efficiency and vote against the OTP motion so that another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Representative Harrington is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The good news first. My speech will be a lot shorter than the last one. Look, this has nothing to do with whether we should have the system benefit charge. We've had one for years. It's going to do nothing to get rid of it. It simply says that after using one method for, well, it would be like 7 years almost, of evaluating the cost effectiveness of it, we're going to allow the PUC to look at alternative methods. It doesn't say they're going to change anything. It says they can consider them. And they would have to do that in an adjudicated process where all the different stakeholders and people who wanted to participate would be able to get their say in it. That's all it does. Sometimes things change. We don't need to have them locked in stone. Example, Massachusetts recently just announced their projected collection from their equivalent of their system benefit fund. You're going to cut that by $500 million because things have changed. Things could change in New Hampshire. We're not getting rid of the system benefit charge. We just want to make it as effective as possible and give the PUC the tools so they can do that. Please push the green button. Thank you.
Representative Reynolds has requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Oh, Representative Harrington will see that and raise a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Snack time's over. All righty. The question is on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 221. Representative Swanson is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the system's benefit charge enables our long-standing New Hampshire Saves program, which evaluates the cost effectiveness of energy efficiency programs, providing residents and businesses with information, incentives, and rebates to save energy and reduce costs, and if I also know that New Hampshire Saves has already been proven by the utilities showing that energy benefits triple the return on investment, and if I also know that this bill would undermine state oversight of how benefits are calculated by returning it to a management model that froze action on the program 3 years ago, requiring an emergency fix for the governor's signature to prevent job losses and costly delays to weatherization efforts. Then would I press the red button to defeat this bill?
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the system benefits charge money of $70 to $80 million a year is invested on our behalf to fund energy and efficiency programs, but if I also know that the only body that's making sure that those investments are prudent is the Public Utilities Commission, and if I know that we need to give them the tools to do the best cost analysis, cost-benefit analysis that they can do, then would I press the green button to make sure that we get the best bang for our energy efficiency bucks? Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 221. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 195 in the affirmative, 151 in negative. The committee report's adopted. majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 535 FN, an act relative to defining the role of the Public Utilities Commission. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.D. Bernardi for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Thomas Corman for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table House Bill 535.
Representative Sweeney moves to table House Bill 535. Are you ready for division's been called? Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 535 on the table. Representative Bernardi is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know House Bill 535 removes authority from the PUC to conduct inspections and investigations that they need to do their job, and that was not in the legislative intent of the bills that established the DOE and split responsibilities from the PUC back in 2021. If I further know that this bill requires the PUC to just grant approval to any agreement that the Department of Energy makes with the utilities without an adjudicatory hearing, which is probably contrary to law, would I ITL this bill by voting green? Excuse me, table this bill by voting green.
Great question. Representative Corman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there's actually a turf war between the Department of Energy and the Public Utilities Commission that we created in 2021 by HB2, which did not cleanly separate the responsibilities and duties of these two agencies, and that this bill would move us toward clarifying the roles so that these two agencies are not at war with each other. And if I know that there's a floor amendment that takes care of what my friend from Southampton, if I recall, referred to about the PUC having to just approve agreements, then would I press the red button to defeat the tabling motion so that we can actually debate the bill and the amendment.
The motion is to lay House Bill 535 on the table. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Broken. Well. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 194 in the affirmative, 153 in the negative. House Bill 535 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which is referred House Bill 599, an act establishing a committee to examine weatherization initiatives for homes in New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Vos for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Wendy Thomas for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay this bill on the table, House Bill 599, on the table, please.
Representative Vos moves that House Bill 599 be laid on the table. And a division's been requested. Members, retain your seats. And if you're out there, come on in. The question is whether to lay House Bill 599 on the table. Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that for the last 20 years, we've been spending anywhere from $50 to $100 million on energy efficiency and home weatherization. If I also know that our Department of Energy administers many of these programs and that our utilities administer many others, home weatherization is well understood. Then would I press the green button to lay House Bill 599 on the table so that we don't have to study weatherization anymore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howard is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and fellow representatives. If I know that tabling this bill would stop the creation of a centralized collaborative space for housing organizations to study weatherization, and if I know that the study committee would prevent duplicative efforts, and if I know that we should provide resources to making living in New Hampshire cheaper, and if I know that weatherization is an effective way to lower said household costs, and if I know that housing is the biggest problem facing our constituents, then I would press the red button so that we can debate this bill. Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 599 on the table, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 198 in the affirmative, 148 in the negative. 599 is laid on the table.
Majority Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 672 FN, an act to allow for off-grid electricity providers in New Hampshire. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and a recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Michael Vos from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Wendy Thomas from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0627H, printed in House Record 16, page 50. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 672 because it opens the door to a dangerous and unregulated energy free-for-all, an electric wild, wild west where safety, oversight, and consumer protections are thrown aside in the name of deregulation. This bill creates a loophole for off-grid electricity providers to operate outside the established regulatory framework, exempting them from RSA 374, the very statute that ensures accountability, reliability, and safety in our energy system. Without these safeguards, what's to stop bad actors from cutting corners, skimping on safety measures, or leaving consumers vulnerable to unstable and even hazardous energy sources? Even more alarming is the possibility that this bill could one day allow unregulated nuclear power to take root. Excuse me, I'm speaking. With no requirement...
The House will be in order.
With no requirement to follow the same oversight that governs traditional utilities, there's nothing stopping private entities from deploying small nuclear reactors without the same stringent safety and environmental reviews. If something goes wrong, if waste is mishandled, if a reactor malfunctions, if disaster strikes, who will be held accountable? Also, let me remind you that the rabid, fetid, decaying, and maggot-filled piece of roadkill that we affectionately call secession still haunts these halls. Be aware of a possible long game here. The purpose of regulation isn't to stifle innovation. It's to protect public safety, ensure reliability, and prevent reckless development that could put people at risk. This bill strips away that protection, creating a patchwork system of independent energy providers operating without real oversight. We cannot allow our energy future to be dictated by unregulated entities with no obligation to public interest or safety. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this reckless and dangerous proposal.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that regulation very often does stifle innovation. We talk a lot about, in this chamber, about removing regulation to stimulate innovation. Well, guess what? This bill does exactly that. It would allow someone to build an energy facility, an electricity generation plant, make that plant be islanded off the grid, but available to sell its energy to whoever would buy it. Now that may sound pretty far-fetched, because how do you get the electricity from this generator to the person who wants to buy it if it's not attached to the grid? That's where innovation comes in. Somebody will figure out how to do that if we make that possible. And that's what this bill does. It exempts an off-grid electricity producer from all the regulation in Title 34 of our RSAs. That includes oversight by the Public Utilities Commission. That includes being subject to the System Benefits Charge, to the Renewable Portfolio Standard, to net metering statutes. all the regulations that we currently use to regulate our utilities. What will be the benefits if we do this? First and foremost, there's zero cost to ratepayers or taxpayers. This is an innovative program because these generators will be islanded from the grid. This legislation would guarantee a faster time to build due to a lack of regulatory interference. And it gives individuals the freedom to build and innovate rapidly. Consumers can get what they want. It's scalable for the future. It reduces regulatory and grid risk. It welcomes new businesses. It eases stress on the grid and on ratepayers. It's an economic development tool. It's a test bed for the regulated utilities to see what they could do with less regulation. And it removes indirect competitive pressure on those regulated utilities. This is an innovative program. The most obvious application of this program for someone would be for someone to build an electricity generation station next to a data center and sell its power directly to that data center. That could bring fantastic new economic opportunities to the state of New Hampshire. So this bill is not the scary bill that my esteemed colleague told you that it is. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It's a bill that promises fantastic opportunity for innovation and economic development for the state of New Hampshire. And I urge you to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would you agree that there's nothing in this bill, in fact, there's nothing that this House could do that would take the responsibility and authority of the Nuclear Regulatory Authority away from regulating nuclear plants in New Hampshire?
That is correct. The PUC would still regulate our regulated utilities. That's why we call them regulated utilities. This is a whole new paradigm for a non-utility generator of electricity.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended in House Bill 672. A division has been called. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 672. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cormier for the parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that my very good friend from Epping asked me to co-sponsor this bill, and I agreed to, for all the reasons that he laid out, it sounded pretty good. But I also know that during the hearings on this bill, serious questions about the safety of unregulated power generators were raised. Issues such as fires that could spread beyond the property of the power generator. Would I then press the red button to vote no?
Chair recognizes Representative votes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill sweeps away regulatory barriers to unleash innovation in the production of electricity, And if I also know that it provides guardrails to protect our state's natural resources and public safety, then would I press the green button to embrace the power of free markets to revolutionize the production of much-needed energy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passes amended in House Bill 672. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bergeron.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 215 voting yea, 132 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Everybody stay in your seats. We just got a division and PIs on this next bill. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 710 FN, an act enabling electric utilities to own, operate, and offer advanced nuclear resources. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation to bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael votes from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Kaplan for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0716H, printed in House Record 16, pages 50 through 51. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. And this is going to be a division vote, so members, hopefully you're all in your seat. The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 710. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kaplan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, HB 710, amends a statute to allow our electric utilities to enter into long-term contracts to purchase power with only one form of power, nuclear. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that I'm not opposed to nuclear and believe that one day it might form an important part of our clean energy mix, but that I'm just waiting for the day when it's cheap enough to actually build a nuclear facility in New Hampshire, which isn't even remotely in the cards. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current statute that this bill intends to replace is much broader and includes all forms of energy in those contracts that the utilities can pursue, and, Mr. Speaker, if I then conclude that this bill is more about partisan virtue signaling a preference for a particular form of energy rather than trying to solve our lack of energy diversity, would I then press red on ought to pass so that a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Voss for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill puts into statute a definition of advanced nuclear resources that embraces myriad technologies and reactor sizes. And if I know that it allows New Hampshire utilities to purchase up to 20% of their electricity from advanced nuclear resources for up to 20 years, then would I press the green button to proclaim that New Hampshire is open for business for clean and dependable nuclear energy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members need to be in their seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 710. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 259 voting yea, 85 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred HCR 2, an act declaring the development of advanced nuclear energy technology to be the best interests of the state of New Hampshire and the United States. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Wendy Thomas for the minority of the committee. The chair recommends Representative Partial.
Mr. Speaker, this HCR begins with laudable intentions, including enhanced energy security, diversification of energy resources, and carbon-free energy generation, and I'm 100% behind these efforts. The bill also promises to ensure the United States remains a leader in nuclear technology, but we have little effect, as you've already heard, on federal funding, but it has grown tired of subsidizing a nuclear industry only to see attempts at building new nuclear plants repeatedly fail. Free market capitalism has done the nuclear industry no favors. And sadly, our public dollar investment in nuclear infrastructure has been used more often to subsidize shareholder profit. Now, I'm acutely aware, as you should be as well, this came out of our committee with a vote of 16-2. The majority of my committee believes that this bill would open the door of potential investors, particularly in the unproven waters of small modular reactors. It purportedly sends a strong message to the federal government that nuclear technology is an important baseline technology to electric generation. And yet we have seen both state and federal support of carbon-free technology erode under Trump's drill baby drill mandates. Now, does the New Hampshire House naively believe that Washington is actually listening? Representative Wendy Thomas, in her minority report, says that rather than diverting resources to speculative nuclear projects, New Hampshire should prioritize proven renewable energy solutions like wind, solar, and hydro, which offer immediate economic and environmental benefits without excessive government intervention, and I heartily agree. We risk sacrificing the last of our energy independence by placing all of our faith and a technology that has yet to build one operational plant in America. Whether it's overdependence on Hydro-Quebec, imported fossil fuels, or pipe dreams of future technology, we are risking further spikes in consumer electric prices by repeatedly opposing our own homegrown energy diversification, as we thus did last week with offshore wind. Now, New Hampshire can encourage and occasionally legislate. Well, a free market system already is in place. We cannot invest our energy infrastructure. Ethically, we should neither be putting our thumb on the scales of New Hampshire energy investment. However, we need to encourage the private sector to embrace a broad palette of resources to enhance energy security, diversifying our energy resources, and ensuring a carbon-free energy generation for future generations. We are doing no favors to a diversified grid by focusing on nascent nuclear resources that have yet to prove themselves. Please vote your constituents, vote your conscience, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution would be delivered to the President of the United States, to the U.S. Congress and Senate, and it would tell them that New Hampshire is interested in advanced nuclear, that we want to put that into our energy mix. Now, we won't go into the details, but advanced nuclear, small modular reactors are safer, they're more reliable than the previous generation nuclear power plants. The previous two bills touched on this topic. This resolution, if passed, would be a capstone on those two previous bills. We're in a race for clean, reliable energy in order to support, as was mentioned in a previous speech, in order to support data centers, and particularly with AI model training, which is very energy, it has a very large energy use. This rises to the level of a national security interest, because the country that dominates in AI is going to potentially rule the world. And we're in a race between major superpowers in the globe, particularly Russia and China. Russia and China are building out supply chains. Russia and China are pursuing advanced nuclear. They're building out supply chains. They're getting other countries around the world dependent on their supply chains. And once they're locked in, the United States will be shut out. So this resolution declares that advanced nuclear energy is in the best interest of New Hampshire and the United States. It's going to support energy independence, economic growth, carbon-free, firm generation, which I think is a bipartisan issue, and technological leadership. And we want our state to be part of it. This resolution would also urge the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to get off their ass and proceed with regulating these advanced technologies and getting them to market. They've been dragging their feet. This resolution would also encourage educational workforce development. So advanced nuclear manufacturing will take place in a factory, and there are supply chains being built up. In Newington, New Hampshire, we have Westinghouse. They have a manufacturing plant, and they're building nuclear reactor parts, and they've been doing that for a while. So our state could be part of the supply chain. It could be part of workforce development. There's a lot of potential here. So please join me in supporting this resolution. This resolution, as I said, will be delivered to the President of the United States, to the relevant committees in the U.S. Congress and the U.S. Senate, and to our governor who is supportive of this technology. So please vote green.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed on HCR 2. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. It's a division vote. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order passed on HCR 2. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Partial for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that while promoting carbon-free energy is essential, investing in speculative nuclear projects like the SMRs is risky. Proven renewables like wind, solar, and hydro offer immediate benefits without that uncertainty. And if I also know that federal subsidies have repeatedly failed to make nuclear energy viable, and that prioritizing nuclear over renewables risks higher energy costs for consumers without guaranteeing any reliable results. And finally, if I know that energy independence requires a diverse mix of resources, and that by rejecting offshore wind, among others, and other renewables, in favor of unproven nuclear technologies that undermines our resilience and economic stability, would I now push the red button to defeat this motion so that a more thoughtful and energy-aware motion could be brought forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hampton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that advanced nuclear is approaching a renaissance and that we want to be part of it, and that it's clean and firm energy, not intermittent, low energy density energy source, and if I know that this resolution will be transmitted to the President of the United States, U.S. Congress, U.S. Senate, telling them that New Hampshire wants to be part of this energy renaissance, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed on HCR 2. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Barton.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 258 voting yea, 83 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred HCR 4, an act relative to rejecting all offshore wind energy projects in the waters off the coast of New Hampshire and the Gulf of Maine. Consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Doug Thomas from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Cat McGee from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few moments ago, my esteemed colleague extolled the virtues of sweeping away regulations that hold back a technology like nuclear energy. This resolution does the polar opposite by sending the message that we want to prohibit development of offshore wind technology. Offshore wind is one of many technologies that offer the ability to harness completely free energy that is abundantly available for use by New England. While there are concerns with offshore wind, none are unresolvable. Tackling those concerns is only hindered by defeatist resolutions like this one, which only serve to prolong the reign of fossil fuel industry multi-billionaires who are intent on holding granite staters over a barrel. Renewable energy uncertainty powers their profits. Indeed, the technical concerns are not insurmountable. Even now, the lessons we have learned can be applied every time we engineer a new windmill, whether it is on the land or in the sea. Together with a portfolio of clean energy supplies and storage technologies, New Hampshire could easily unburden itself from non-renewable, carbon-based fossil fuels within the next 50 years, even sooner if we apply unfettered our abundant supply of Yankee ingenuity. Yet this resolution says that citizens of New Hampshire want nothing to do with offshore wind energy solutions and fully intends to block them if given the chance. The resolution says so with total ambiguity as to measurable criteria for successful reinstatement. When you have no criteria for success, then you only have a recipe for failure. Once you say to the entire world, that is what you want, it is nearly impossible to unsay it. Meanwhile, the rest of the world leads the way with offshore wind deployment, which is growing exponentially in Europe and in China. New Hampshire is the live free or die state. Living free is not a destination, it is a journey. Who would journey by tying their own hands? Together, let us defeat a dubious resolution that would do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote on this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleague left out just one minor thing in this resolution, and that is we're saying that we have unanswered questions. And until those questions are answered satisfactorily, we don't want offshore wind. Now, why are these questions unanswered? Well, the New Hampshire fishermen who know the waters where these wind turbines would be placed, they know them better than anyone else, and I listen to the New Hampshire fishermen. And they directed me to various organizations such as the New England Fishermen Stewardship Association, and I did research and watched their videos and heard their questions. Questions such as, wind turbines have to feed their cables into water coolers underwater, which are warmed by the heat of the energy and have chlorine in them to protect the equipment underwater, and they discharge hundreds of thousands of gallons of warm chlorinated water every day into the fishing regions where these fishermen have their livelihoods. What effect will this have on the marine life? Crickets. No questions from BOEM or any other federal organization as to what the effects would be. Next question, cables. By the way, this technology is floating windmills. I'm aware of only one other place in the world that has floating wind turbines. That means they are not anchored securely to the floor. They can't be. The water's too deep. The ones in Rhode Island are anchored deep to the bed. So these wind turbines float. They bob up and down with the waves. That's why they're designed that way. But they have cables that move. Cables that move across the ocean bed, disturbing the fish, the basic life of fish life, the planktons at that level. What effect does this have on the basic life forms to other marine life there and the other part of the food chains? Crickets again, no questions answered. So the fishermen don't know. They're saying, hey, we're not saying we never ever want offshore wind, but until we answer questions that could affect our livelihood and the environmental aspects of the seawater, we really don't want them until those questions are answered. And then there's also the proverbial issue of ratepayers. We don't know how much this offshore wind is going to cost the ratepayers. They could enter into long-term contracts, and we've already seen other wind projects have provided energy at a much higher cost than people were led to believe. So these are all unanswered questions, and that's why we have a resolution, because obviously we can't tell the federal government what they can't build in federal waters, but we can sure send a powerful message to people that say, look, answer these questions. Until then, we don't want offshore wind. I ask you to support the New Hampshire fishermen and the ratepayers and to vote green on this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McGee has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass on HCR 4. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that an all of the above strategy should be more than a talking point when people are asking for protection from costly climate damage, and if I know that by saying we want a prohibition on offshore wind, we are taking ourselves out of any future regional decision making, and that does a disservice to Granite Staters and New Hampshire's energy economy. And finally, if I know that by saying no to an entire category of energy that may be expensive to build, but then has no ongoing fuel costs or harmful emissions, would make an unequivocal support for nuclear power sound extremely hypocritical, then would I now push the red button on a House continuing resolution that ties our hands behind our backs so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Summers for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that offshore wind is the most expensive and inefficient energy there is, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the electronic magnetic field and the decibels caused by the generator of offshore wind disturbs the fisheries, the whales, and the maritime life, and Mr. Speaker, if I don't want that ugly monstrosity in the Gulf of New Hampshire, then would I not press green to pass this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass on HCR 4. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez. Representative Andrews. Representative Andrews. Representative Andy Castillo.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 195 voting nay, 149 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred H.R. 15, an act urging New Hampshire's congressional representatives to advocate for a change in the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's policy. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Harrington for the committee. The amendment is 0679H, printed in House Record 16, page 53. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill was motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be really, really quick. Read the committee report. It's very self-explanatory. There's a lot of help from the ranking member on science and tech on that. And call your congressmen and senators and let them know that we need this FERC policy changed, and I request a voice vote, please.
The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred H.R. 12, an act urging Congress to amend the Smith Modernization Act of 2013. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Belcher for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christine Siebert for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Siebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2012, a new law amended the U.S. Information and Educational Exchange Act of 1948, also known as the Smith Modernization Act. Our media's agencies that are still restricted to only operating abroad can now make their content available in original format and quality upon request within the United States. This change allows for freedom of information requests to be fulfilled, effectively ending the unconstitutional practice of state-sanctioned censorship. We should promote transparency and accountability while providing the public fair access if they so choose. The wide distribution of information via the internet makes the information prohibitions of the original Smith Act largely meaningless and counterproductive. Today, in the age of the internet, enforcing previous restrictions on the domestic dissemination of content has become entirely impossible. Technological advancement has simply overwhelmed the old Smith Act restrictions. I would argue that repealing the 2012 amendment would be a violation of the First Amendment, as it restricts freedom of the press and speech. Smith has long been outdated, ineffective, disabling, and arguably unconstitutional. It is worth noting that provisions in the current law expressly state that it shall only apply to the Department of State and the Broadcasting Board of Governors, and to no other department or agency of the federal government. This means it strictly prohibits creation or use of materials by the military, the DoD, DHHS, CDC, FEMA, or any other agencies, departments, or counterparts. Congress's 2012 H.R. 5736 clearly states that no funds authorized to be appropriated to the Department of State or the Broadcasting Board of Governors shall be used to influence public opinion in the United States. As we debate Smith-Munt and its pros and cons, at the very least, let us have the facts on the table. I will choose to uphold First Amendment rights for everyone voting against by voting against House Resolution 12. I hope you will do so as well. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, everyone, for which you have my sympathies, but this will only take a minute. This legislation comes as a majority recommendation from the committee last year investigating COVID response efficacy, on which I had the pleasure of serving. Our republic was founded on the principle that it should be the people, not the government, and certainly not bureaucrats that act as arbiter of truth. We can see that when we look at the right to a trial by jury, where the freedom of fact-finding is placed in the hands of peers, not government. In violating this principle, government becomes overly interested in what each one of you believes. Government begins crafting narratives, and they begin using information warfare techniques, in some cases literally using military special operations units to craft narratives and wage information warfare. The government can't tolerate any other ideas, so it begins mass censorship operations against dissent. From the 1940s to the early 2010s, a federal law existed in the original Smith-Mundt Act that explicitly prohibited propagandizing the American people using American taxpayer dollars. This prohibition was lifted under the Smith-Mundt Act of 2013. Many of the most controversial things we have experienced in recent years are directly downstream from this change. COVID origins, censorship of adverse reactions and treatment options and vaccines, the use of compulsory masking and the science behind it, lockdowns, social media censorship, direct communication between federal agents and censors at Facebook and Twitter, laptops and foreign money laundering, the destruction of the burgeoning social media platform Parler, which for a moment appeared to be rising on free market forces. Active measures such as NAFO, the troll army creating division around the war in Ukraine that has claimed upwards of 1 million lives and threatens to drag America into a hot World War III. The USAID scandal, with billions of dollars in fraud, waste, attacks on the foundations of America, and the public-private censorship industrial complex. Election security, the extent and effect of foreign interference, and by whom. All items on which the federal government has propagandized Americans in recent years. We desperately need to put this genie back in the bottle. This resolution asks Congress to reinstitute the long-standing ban on propagandizing Americans. If we pass it today, we send the message that the state of New Hampshire, stop dividing us. Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority. Representative Scully has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass on H.R. 12. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Seibert for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the dissemination of information on U.S. soil only applies to the Department of State and the Broadcasting Board of Governors and to no other department or agency of the federal government, and if I know that the current 2012 HR clearly and already states that no funds authorized by these departments shall be used to influence the opinion of the public within the United States. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Smith Modernization Act of 2012 is what allows the right to know requests to be fulfilled, and I am concerned that HR 12 could jeopardize these requests in the future, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button to overturn and another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Belcher for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this resolution calls only for the reinstitution of the ban on propaganda and nothing further, and if I further know that no First Amendment rights are implicated here because the government doesn't have rights the people do, would I then press the green button to pass this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed on H.R. 12. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Tim Mannion.
Have all members had the opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 150 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 290 FN, an act increasing taxes on cigarettes, electronic cigarettes, and establishing a committee to study taxes on tobacco and other nicotine products. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Fred Doucette for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Terry Spear for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to indefinitely postpone House Bill 290.
The motion before us is to indefinitely, the House will be in order to indefinitely postpone House Bill 290. Are you ready for the question? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and 290 is indefinitely postponed. The Committee on Housing, to which was referred HB 631 FN, an act permitting the House will be in order. This is our last bill. An act permitting residential building and commercial zoning by right. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ellen Reed for the committee. The amendment is 0667H, printed in House Record 16, pages 49 through 50. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to indefinitely postpone House Bill 631.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to indefinitely postpone. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote.
Hold on. It is a debatable motion. It is a debatable motion. Representative Bollier is allowed to speak.
Chair recognizes Representative Bollier. What?
Representative Turcotte is going to speak.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon once again. I rise in opposition to HB 631, and we'll go through a couple of the universal basic issues that are very common with this bill and a lot of bills you're going to hear this term. The first thing I want to say, this is not a partisan issue. As we saw last year on similar bills, it goes across both sides of the aisle. This is about local control of your municipality's zoning. It's about whether do you and your citizens want central planning imposed zoning mandates that fail to recognize the differences that exist throughout the state, or do you not? And above all, this bill is not needed. Municipalities can do and already have done what this bill proposes without the heavy hand of state government. And I will give you an example of that shortly. The bill itself would mandate that every municipality must permit mixed-use zoning for the purpose of multifamily development in commercial zones. Many and a lot of municipalities already permit mixed-use commercial and residential, and amazingly, they were able to decide on their own without the crushing mandates from state politicians. Cities like Manchester, Nashua, Lebanon, Salem, even small towns, Northwood, Ossipee. I had a bunch more I was going to say here, but I'm going to add a little anecdote that I had from lunchtime. I walked into a small restaurant down the street, and I ran into my friend, one of the newest member from the town of Ware. And knowing that I was going to be speaking against this, he asked me, "So what do you think of this? What do you think of the mixed use?" And I said, "I think it's fine." I was on the first floor, which was a restaurant, and above us was multifamily buildings or units. And what I said was, what's amazing is Concord was smart enough to do this on their own without having to have it mandated by the state. So you're asking yourself, why is Rep. Turcotte arguing so adamantly against this legislation and so supportive of local control? I'm arguing against this and other bills that you will see that will take away your municipality's local control as a cautionary warning. In the years to come, should these type of bills regarding local control move forward, your towns and cities will change dramatically, not for the better and without your ability to stop it. Do not believe the facade of "we are restoring property rights" argument being put forward, because what these bills do is they install property rights for the goals of a few at the expense of the benefit. They install the property rights for the goals of a few and the benefit of special interests at the expense of the vast majority of our citizens. Sorry about that. HB 631, put aside, I'm going to ask you to do this, put aside your recommendation sheets, disregard the committee vote, and consider the actual policy that's being put forth here, and don't fall for the rhetoric. It comes down to a very simple choice. Do you want your towns and cities deciding what your zoning should be, or do you want politicians and bureaucrats up here in Concord making that decision for you? Municipalities knows what's best for themselves. They also know what is not good for their towns and cities. I ask that you vote red against HB 631 so the proper motion of ITL can be made. And I do request, oh, sorry, did I say that wrong? No, sorry. So another motion can be made. I forgot we were doing this. Okay. And I will request the roll call vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bollier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As amended, HB 631 does one thing. It allows apartments and condos to be built above retail or office space. This bill does not force towns to allow development where infrastructure is not available, or in areas zoned for industry or manufacturing, or where the ground floor is not used for retail or similar commercial uses. This bill will allow property owners to create more housing close to jobs in areas that are already developed. Let me remind everyone that the need for housing is dire. I work in the real estate industry. When a tenant asks how much they can afford, we tell them no more than 30% of their income should be spent on rent. The strain of spending over this amount forces families into making hard choices to avoid eviction. It also prevents families from saving up for the down payment to buy a home. By the way, at New Hampshire's $514,000 median home price, that average down payment is $31,000. That's going to take a while to save for most people. Today, nearly 2/3 of New Hampshire renters are spending more than 30%, and 1 in 5 are spending half of their income on rent. It only makes sense that housing consistently polls as the top issue among New Hampshire voters by a wide margin. New Hampshire is indeed in a housing crisis. This is why our governor in her inaugural address said we need to get serious about housing production. This bill produces housing where we already have development and infrastructure, and it produces housing the New Hampshire way by reducing burdensome regulation and giving property owners the freedom to create the housing we need. More local government control or socialism is not the solution to our housing crisis. Individual property rights and free markets are the only way forward. Think about any New Hampshire town with a quaint but thriving Main Street where kids can walk to the library or a park. If you look above the storefronts of those locally owned shops, you'll find apartments. They were built before these local zoning regulations were put in place. This is a historic, traditional, and wholesome pattern of housing development that this bill will revive and preserve for current and future generations. Choosing to ignore our housing crisis will not save or preserve our towns. It will doom them. It will push out the young families that grew up here, the blue-collar workers that are the backbone of our economy, and the elderly who can no longer stay in their current home. As if touched by the curse of King Midas, our towns will be as costly as gold and just as lifeless. The essence of the American dream is the freedom to have a place of your own. In New Hampshire, that dream is in peril. If we do not act now, then that dream will not be the birthright of our children. It will not be the just reward of those who build and maintain our prosperity. No, the cost of inaction is that our American dream, our children's future in New Hampshire, will instead be sold off to the few who can afford it for 20% above asking price, no inspection contingency. I urge you to support housing bills like HB 631 that use the proven tools of prosperity, property rights and free markets to fix the problem. Give us the space to build homes, the homes we need to keep the American dream alive in New Hampshire. Thank you.
The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 631. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 631. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kutab for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that despite wanting to support initiatives for housing, this bill goes way too far and would quite literally require towns to allow 20-story high-rises, and if I know that a vote for this bill is a vote to have children and babies stuck on the 15th floor of a burning multifamily building without a truck with a ladder long enough to reach them and save them, then would I now press the green button and save some lives? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that according to YouGov, a whopping 88% of New Hampshire voters support allowing homes to be built near businesses and shopping districts, so new homes can revitalize aging strip malls, office buildings, and we can once again allow main streets to be in so many communities that we love. And Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a common sense compromise, this bill maintains the ability of towns to control height, lot coverage, ground floor retail, and uses near industrial and manufacturing, or they can outright deny an application based on sewer infrastructure. Would I then vote red against the IP motion so that we can allow the Housing Committee to continue our important work of empowering private property rights for all? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is indefinite postponement on House Bill 631. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 128 voting aye, 211 voting nay, the motion fails. Now we're back to ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 631. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say exactly everything I said last time, only this time I will get it right and ask that you do vote ought to pass by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm doing everything opposite today. I know, you're loving it, that you vote red against the OTP motion. Sorry.
All right. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 631. Is Representative Bollier, have I listed? No, they're waving off. So, the question is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. All right, the motion before us is ought to pass, committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 631. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Priest for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is a housing crisis and there is a need for affordable housing, however, HB 631 is not the answer. If I know that every community in New Hampshire is unique and there is existing state enabling law that provides the planning and zoning tools that community needs to address these housing needs. And if I know that mandating housing in every commercial zone would have unintended consequences, which would turn out to be nightmares to the communities and the people that live in them, there would I then press the red button and oppose this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Howland for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know House Bill 631 allows residential development in compatible commercially zoned areas, and if I know that encouraging mixed-use development not only adds much-needed housing to address New Hampshire's housing crisis, but also supports local businesses, then would I push the green button to encourage this useful development type? Thank you.
The motion before us is the committee report of ought to pass as amended on HB 631. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Scher. Representative Scher.
If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 204 voting yea, 134 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Wednesday, March 26th at 9 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Representative Ammon has an announcement. The House needs to be in order so we can hear the announcement. We have one unanimous consent.
Emerging Technologies Caucus tomorrow, 10 a.m. online Teams. We're going to be talking to the Nuclear Energy Institute about advanced nuclear. If you're in the caucus, check your email for a calendar invite. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two quick announcements. Please empty your seat pockets. When you leave today, please empty your seat pockets. Second announcement. For those of you who are as excited about parliamentary procedure as I am, there will be a continuing education next Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock in this chamber on parliamentary procedure.
Chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the correction. I'd like to thank the committee.
We don't need everybody up here. Continue.
What's that?
We don't need everybody up here.
Okay. I would like to thank the relevant committee and the wider body for passing H.R. 13, which is titled as Opposing the Permitting of a Landfill Next to Forest Lake State Park in Dalton, New Hampshire. I'm just going to read the language of it. So, whereas Forest Lake State Park is one of 10 original state parks created in 1935, the park spans 397 acres and its 200-foot sandy beach lies on the shore of Forest Lake. Popular activities in the park include swimming, picnicking, mountain biking, fishing, and boating. And whereas the stigma, nuisances, and threat to public health, safety, environment, natural resources, as well as the state and North Country tourism and outdoor recreation economies posed by the permitting of an operating landfill abutting Forest Lake State Park cannot be underestimated and is of grave concern to the general court. And whereas the risk in permitting a landfill next to Forest Lake State Park far outweigh any benefit now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives that it should be the position of the House of Representatives that no landfill shall be located in the vicinity of Forest Lake State Park. Thank you all for supporting this on the consent calendar a couple weeks ago. Could the Republicans come up for a picture?
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of an introduction of bills, vacate motions, enroll bill amendments, enroll bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Wednesday, March 26, 2025 at 9 a.m.